Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play, show, and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic 1 to 20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic high fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Trace, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating, doesn't go away, and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on It's You're No Fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
I'm Adelaide Gardner, and I play Albacars Florakis, the Gorgon Oracle's Envoy Shadow Sorcerer. I hope you're not expecting me to do all these for free, no?
Of course not, never that. And so, with that, it is time for us now to begin with a recap from the one and only Brendan.
Hey, well, yeah, so last time around we had just gotten out of a sort of crazy hectic fight, a creature that seemed to appear out of nowhere as we were searching some runes here on the Path of the Dead, proclaiming herself to be a avenger of sort, one seeking to fight off the chosen ones, but it seems like her deeper grievance was actually towards the goddess that walked beside us. As we cut down her undead horde, she proclaimed that she was there on behalf of the Iron Lord, being an Iron Envoy. Sophia tried to get more information out of her, but it seemed like she was more intent on simply trying to cut us down than proclaim really what her purpose was, or what her grievance was against the goddess. Eventually, we ended her falling to ruin, and the party had a bit of a rest, getting back to the safety and the warmth of the tiny hut, and the night concluded with a little bit of uneasiness, although we sort of started the middle of our break anyways, so we just finished off that break. However, Kira, she seemed to have not really been struck down at the final moments of the battle, but caused to flee, never really returned, scattering into birds and disappearing. Although we did get a message back from one of her little familiars telling us, thankfully through Inferia's bird tongue, that she was okay. As far as we're aware, we did not know where she was, but she was unharmed at the very least. Maybe going out and resting somewhere else. As the morning came, we decided to do two things. One, speak about what happened last night, and two, to continue our search of the area. Sophia wanted to go back and scavenge some supplies that they saw earlier before all this kerfuffle happened, and Inferia wanted to check out the large grain silo that seemed to have spooked Nyx the day before. So we first sort of talked about what that encounter was last night. A strange creature of undeath, the Iron Envoy, apparently somewhat attached to the Dragon Lords, but we weren't particularly sure why. Worried about the strange light we saw before and the connection to it all, assuming that that light was the, I guess, ascension of the Iron Lord onto the Prime Material from the river Styx look-alike. Whatever it's called. Cocytus River. One of them rivers of the dead. But sort of assuage some of our worries, as basically the only thing we could say is, well, what do you want us to do about it? As we're up on top of a mountain. So one way or the other, either we fought back its envoy, its mission failed and it had to return, or it would come after us again, still needing to cut down the Chosen. Either way, we couldn't do anything about it right now. So we spread out. Sophia investigating, finding a strange lockbox. The herbs and things bottled away seem to be from ancient times, or this place was sealed in time itself, so could not be retrieved. But the box itself, something different, something that came after. So she scooped it up. The rest of the party scouted out the grain silo, seeing a strange tabard of sorts draped inside of the storage silo, that of the heraldry, I suppose, of one of the Dragon Lords themselves as well. Also, seemingly new, meaning, well, locked in time as well. Seemed to be before this place fell. Which is strange with the other corpse that seemed to have come after, possibly unrelated. But anyways, giving us clues that possibly the creature and the Iron Lord were actually brother and sister, as she sort of proclaimed in her final moments, calling out to her brother, and possibly even Dragon Lords themselves. Sophia is hesitant. She thinks it's a bit of a leap in logic, but, what does it hurt? Why not? As they grouped back up and started heading back out. Sophia later on stripping some little protective magic off the box and just finding some supplies, some potions and scrolls and things. And then they started making their way back up the mountain. As soon enough, they seemed to hit and run back into the storm that gave them a little bit of pause in the night and the morning as they reached back into the twisting winds that caused it. As they found another rest spot, tried to put up their defensive magic as they would, all gathering up for a night's rest. But before the magic was put into place, they were accosted by the howl and the claws of a horrible, gigantic cat of strange, storming magic around it as it battered and beat the shit out of Nyx, constantly trying to put herself together again through alchemical means. As we fought back, it seeming to take a beating before falling and then reforming itself once again, seeing a sort of reminiscent sight of that holy beast we slew first time we came together, the spark within it, as it started to call out the names of those elementals that we fought before, as it seems like this was the final elemental that escaped, the one that scurried away with the spark of the rest. As we cut and sliced and magicked our way through the fight. It beat us pretty badly, but in its final dying moments, pushing us all away in one hearty gust, it finally seemed to resolve itself to death, but it would take one of us with it, as it fixed its eyes on Nyx, standing still, holding her in its claws, and with one horrible strike of strange magic that encased its claws, striking across her body and laying her low. As Atreus retaliates a spear into its body, putting it down. As the beast and Nyx died.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. I find it hard to believe you didn't have any notes written down. It was good. It was good. It was
Write
good.
stuff.
I don't write
I mean,
things.
I would write. I can't read.
Can't read to the end of things. That's the TTRPG disability. Oh my goodness. As indeed. With that excellent recap, you find your mythic inspiration resetting to 0 and then being raised once more to 1.
Oh.
Except for Nyx. Nyx is dead. She doesn't get to be inspired.
Christ.
Mythically dead.
Yeah, mythically dead. As indeed with that final spear thrust from Atreus through past these thick, icy armor plates coating this tank of a cat. There is a final gasp, a death rattle, and then the heaving collapse of its immense bulk onto the rock and snow. It, a icy mess, and to Atreus's right, in the snow, the bloody ruin of Nyx. And
But she's just like a hunk of meat.
just looking at her, as I'll pull us into real time, you immediately glance over, and you can see just a massive gash across from shoulder to hip, and what looks like a terrible bite wound. Like most of her throat is gone.
Sophia comes scampering up the rocks, chasing after this beast as she just unloaded barrel. Oh shit! It's like dragging Thamos out into the void.
Indeed.
Come
Come on, Sophia Squad.
Why do I have
One,
both of
two,
you
three, four.
selected?
I don't
Yes.
question it. Feel free.
Turn
So
in the
playing
corner and
without Adelaide this week, but they'll be back next week.
Atreus.
Submit to the Sophia Squad.
Is she dead?
Yeah, Trace is just breathing hard and looking over. I guess what used to be Nyx.
Fine. Fast. Inferior. Here. Atreus, get her backpack off. Lay her down. Inferior, go through her bags, find a scroll. Theamos, get rid of your shield and come here. Go! Now!
Obey. Scrambles to obey. Where am I? There I am. Where's next?
As Sophia, Theamos strips off his shield, bring up her arms, and placing a hand on him. Silver tongue of fox, give it life. Yeah, she's gonna cast some enhance ability. And then you just start hearing 45, 44, 43, 42. Hurry!
Working on it.
Her backpack's off, jeez. I
I'm
guess.
stuck
I
on
don't know.
the
I mean,
wall.
I'm sure
I
it's
can't
not
get
too
over
hard
there.
to remove anything from.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna refer to you as the hunk of meat if that is Nyx.
Oh my god.
That's your new name, Nyx. Sorry.
Damn!
Alright, filet mignon.
Filet
Next.
mignonks.
As you're
Nyx.
pulling Nyx up to get her bag off, give me a medicine check.
Ooh.
I don't know, I get to go make it worse. Alright.
Uh-oh. I help?
I'm so fucking reassured right now.
Alright, time for me to go tear off her head.
Whoops.
I'll help
Whoops.
with removing the backpack.
Whoops.
Yeah, as most of her
Okay.
throat and front neck seem to be missing, and you start to hear this sort of painful grind of or scrape of exposed bone as it looks like her head is about to go too far back before you catch it.
Alright, we didn't lose her head yet. I see this as an absolute win.
40, 39.
Do you want us
Yeah.
to...
Keep
Sure.
going.
I
What's
scrambled
left?
through the backpack for the scroll. That was my job, right? To find the
Yeah.
scroll. Okay. Any particular scroll?
As far as I'm aware, she should only have one.
Oh. I thought she had the scrolls of her buddy, author dude.
Oh yeah, the books. Bring them all to me.
Okay. Varia grabs scrolls and yeets her butt over to Sophia.
Sophia just quickly sorts through them, finding the one that obviously she needs, just sort of tossing the rest off to the side. Unless it's on you now. I cannot summon this magic. I am not inclined to the divine. You now. As I hand him over a scroll of Revivify that I bought back in town.
Hey.
As Deimos takes it. says a quip, starts running over Nix's body.
I'm not sure I can cast magic of this caliber, but I
That
can
is why I
try.
have bolstered you.
I mean, from the sound of it, if you can't do it, then Nyx is truly lost. But we have no time to waste, huh?
Oh, yeah. As
And
they
as you
must all read
all
the scroll.
are gathering there, at the same time on your left, this large cat shakes involuntarily. Not the signs of life, but the signs of something else inside of it trying to force its way out. As the cat seems to just sort of slide backwards in recoil, and you can see this large building red light forcing its way out of its chest, as it looks like there is just a ball of fire pushing itself out of this large cat simultaneously.
Shit.
I almost don't be distracted.
Trey starts pulling the cat away. Lug.
Yeah, walks up to sort of put herself in between Theamos and this giant ball.
Yeah, it's like a 6-7 foot wide sphere of this only red flame. It just crunches down into the snow. The snow doesn't steam. It doesn't seem to react. You don't feel an immense amount of heat coming off of it, even though it flickers with fire-like imminence, as it just seems to just collapse onto the snow and roll past where the direwolf is, because it's gone now. Bye, direwolf. You're a good boy. Okay. As it just seems to roll before sort of skidding to a stop at this sort of ridge point here, and just burns as Themos continues the incantation, focusing in on this divine magic, this offering of sorts, resurrection magic, beckoning to, one might say, a fickle mistress, Thylea, the titan of night, dreams, and of death. Bending your fate is something that comes with a price. That price is paid in strange, mystical, durable, and sharp rocks, remnants of something unknown that seem to contain power. These various diamonds, coined astral, lucent, royal, the conveyance of power. This divinity, this bit of magic, allows mortals to supersede their fate, to push past the will of a titan and fetch souls as they drift into the river. As give me that spellcasting ability check.
Oh, snap. As Theamos will use all his laurels on himself. I don't know how many he has.
Nikki.
Do I have half?
I will say, for the purposes of this, that he has 0.
Alright, have 4.
Oof.
Have
Well,
4.
he can have
I forgot how it
3
works.
He can have 3 from Imperia.
Oh,
It's
Yeah, he
1
has
to 1
4
if you're
from
giving it.
Atreus.
Yeah, it's a 1 to 1 if you're giving it from other people. So it's +7 at the moment. If it's 3 from Inferior, 4 from Atreus.
Yeah, that's all my laurels. Alright, Nyx. Enjoy your roll of the die. How do I use laurels? I just kind of
There's a
deleted
little
mine.
plus minus on the little player tracker on the bottom left. So you have 10, so you can just minus them all.
I have
Minus
10?
7. Yeah, you built him up.
Actually, I'll just use 10. I'll just use all of them.
Thankfully,
Alright.
because without the laurels he would have failed. But with the +7, getting 15.
No, with a plus, another +6.
Yeah, plus
Jesus.
14. He dumped all 10
I just-
laurels.
Okay.
I'm using all 10 laurels because I don't remember to use these, so I guess I'll just reset myself.
Fuck, you only need to make a DC 11, guys.
Oh shit. Dang, that's kind of that's spicy. Wait, but Revivify's 30. Wouldn't it be DC 13?
Oh, it might have been 13.
Yeah, 10 plus. Yeah, 10 plus the spell
Yeah,
level.
that's right.
Okay, there you go. Ta-da!
That's like a
Can't
DC
literally can't fail.
There you go.
There you
Plus-
go.
22.
Literally can't fail.
Beautiful.
As
Did it.
Theos finishes this incantation, and the magic from the scroll burns across the page. This soft golden light moves from the paper onto Nyx's ruined form, and as it meets with Nyx, you see it. That same strange, glowing, viscous ichor.
Oh.
Starry and otherworldly meet this golden light in the middle, trying to hold this bargain away, to keep a hold of Nyx. As
Sophia will reach into her cloak, pull out an orb, and shove it towards that strange viscous liquid in between.
Ooh. As what is your con save bonus?
Who?
You. Did
Sophia?
you roll a con save? Yeah. Can you beat a 25?
Standing next to Thamos, I can if I roll that 20. If I have leveled, I'd have a better chance.
You wouldn't have leveled yet. Give me a Constitution saving throw as you reach towards this and you feel your very essence being pulled away from you.
Boop.
Oh,
An
Jesus.
8.
All right. One moment. Un momento.
Oh no.
And everyone give me wisdom saves as well.
Fun.
Oh, this can only go well after I burned all of my laurels.
Oh my god.
Looks at the camera. I'm sure it will be
All of us
fine.
fail, except for maybe Atreus.
Oh, 14's pretty decent, but
So-
with what we're dealing with, it's probably like DC 20 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Sophia plunging herself into this strange ichor and it being pulled, it seems, out of Nyx and into this sphere. It just seems to fountain up more and more, and you can feel your own life force being pulled into this, drained away from you, Sophia, as... Where are my D10s?
That's what you get for trying to help people, Sophia. You should just let her fucking die.
I should have just let her die. Idiot.
As in that
Stupid
first moment, you take
moron.
5d10 necrotic damage as you feel your life being sucked into this ichor, just pulled away from you and spreading up your hand.
Sophia's life starts to drain from her body. And she starts to tumble backwards and fall as her eyes go closed. As strange gray magic swirls around her neck and her back and her foot as her right foot kicks back and catches herself before she falls. And she uses a little first level spell slot. And with her belief in the virtue, be stoic. She does not fall.
Holy
In
shit.
the face of forces,
That's barely though, huh?
you are only at the
Stoicism.
cusp of understanding, Sophia. You are able to face them with a strange, almost emotionless determination. As you are weathering this, you don't feel it pulling any more of your essence. It's just this initial burst of pain. And this light is pushing in further and further and further as this fountain seems to be slowed by your effort. And though you don't feel anything at first from that wisdom saving throw, in short order, you sort of get this sensation on the back of your head or on your skin, like goosebumps, as it almost feels like someone is watching you with intense focus. You look around, you don't see anything, and Sophia, you're still struggling trying to fill this thing up, as it seems like this sphere is filling, and then the ichor itself is disappearing at the same time. Like, it's just fading away, and it's just being replenished and fading away. And Inferior, with where you are positioned, and your high perception, you were the first to notice something breaking through the snow. Breaking through the winds around you, floating ominously towards you.
Ominously?
In the distance, this massive, billowing cloak, a strange blue light from the face, and a ethereal golden blade floating in front of it.
Guys?
A strange, small, golden crown over its head.
Oh, that's terrifying. There's something coming. Something not good. From what direction? What direction?
The southeast.
So, like, down here.
Oh, does he have to fight the Reaper or something?
No, that's west. Down here.
As it floats towards the lot of you, up over the mountain, or over the rocks, into sight.
Up like this.
And only meanwhile. Is it just wordlessly approaching us?
It is. This blue...
Don't you hear it? It's going...
You almost feel like you can hear this strange ethereal chorus beckoning this thing's approach. Or it's just the blizzard. You're not certain. This mountain has played tricks on you before. You have had strange nightmares before. Thylea has been a problem for Nyx for as long as she can remember. As this thing floats past you, Atreus, and you can see the light emanating from its face just focusing down on Nyx as she is just wrapped in this pale blue spotlight. And Sophia, you can feel this pain beginning to surge back up your hand again, like it is going to try to drain the life from you in just mere moments. As this thing comes to a rest. And that ichor seems to freeze. That golden light seems to freeze. It all seems to come to a stop. As Nyx, you find yourself struggling against the waves of a tumultuous, black and starry, inverted sea. Gasping for breath as you break the surface and being plunged back down by another wave, you see wisps of colored clouds and blue lightning flashing in the sky below you. Nameless, massive, primordial-looking, glowing in the water sea creatures lurk in the depths of the sky beneath you, waiting for you to tire. And then suddenly, the current catches you, dragging you away from these mysterious and terrifying creatures as lightning flashes and illuminates the sky. You see yourself being pulled, almost like you're in like a strange water slide, just being dragged through water, and as the lightning flashes, you're able to look around yourself and see just a cacophonous cavern all around you. Massive structures or statues in the distance in twisted and contorted shapes, holding up, it seems, the ceiling in these pained looks of terror and anguish. And just as quickly as you see them, those waves throw you onto a large island. You smack hard into a cold, marble floor. As you get your bearings, about 40 feet away from you, you see a woman. Beautiful, pale legs flow from a violet and black dress. She is seated on seemingly nothing but the air beneath her. Easily 20 feet tall, and her lithe hand twirls a glowing crystal scythe between her fingers. What do you do?
I look her up and down briefly. She's just staring at me.
You find yourself fighting to stand, bring your head up, and look at her. Look at her face. And it is wreathed in shadow. But there is something you notice emanating from that black void. A smile. And a pair of pale blue glowing eyes. A moonlight white Cheshire crescent. And with that smile comes this
I reach for where I hold my spear and I charge at her.
unbearable pressure as you are forced to your knees. And the moment you see that smile, you are just put back down onto the marble floor. That's one down, Nyx. Don't be a stranger. Come visit again soon. As she waves her scythe dismissively, and you are racked by intense, blinding pain. Your eyes forced shut by this sudden surge, as at the same time, for the rest of you, that momentary freezing of the air and this ichor and this golden light is punctuated by this golden ethereal sword floating up towards this pale blue light, coming out from this strange entity, flipping over and plunging down on top of the golden light from Theomos' Revivify, forcing this light in against the ichor and into Nyx's body. As your body repairs itself, in an excruciating process, your joints grind against each other as they set back in place. Your muscles pull themselves across your bones and knit themselves together as liters of blood rush in and fill all of your collapsed vasculature. And when you open your eyes, you are perfectly reformed and healthy, at least in body.
Nyx is immediately. I'd assume I didn't feel any of that.
Oh no, your soul did.
Nyx is still going to sit up mid-conversation with her. What do you mean, one down? What the fuck?
Welcome back. Is this thing still here? Man, I want to point to you, Mo. I just pressed X instinctively.
It is.
Okay, well, anyways, I entered space because fuck you, giant ethereal thing I want.
Do I...
Crowd, my friend.
Is its appearance something that I might have read about?
No.
Fish is gonna collapse onto the ground.
That golden blade pulls back out of you at the same time that you come back into living and floats in front of it as it just seems to go up over the rock, watching you for a moment.
Sophia! Ugh. As the trace catches Sophia as she falls unconscious.
Ibis comes over and does a concern.
Not you too, please. Not you too.
As Nyx, you are at full HP.
Yeah, as Atreus just like carries you, I suppose. I don't know. There's a giant cat corpse. Would you go post yourself up before? Where's your cot? Or
We didn't get
place or
to.
whatever.
We didn't get to
Oh, didn't
camping.
get to.
We've been here for like
Been
9
here
minutes
far.
before dude attack.
No, right. Yeah, Atreus just like lets you down. I guess I'll just like set you down like on the cold rock. I assume it's probably better than the snow. Maybe the snow's better. I'm not really sure. Atreus just sets you down. Yeah, right there. Right.
I saw her.
Thylea?
It's like she was waiting for me there. Then she
She
sends
is
me
the
back.
goddess of death.
Right. But then she... I look at the mark in my arm to see if anything's changed.
It has. Where normally there is this white hot pain, there is this calming and comforting succor, just this almost painkiller like a sensation emanating from your arm. As that mark on your arm has changed. 1, 2, 3 little stars were underneath your moon and your sun. And as you look at it now, the middle sun is fading away.
She said one down, but she didn't say how many were left to go. Is this a counter?
What do you mean?
The sun on this mark, it's fading. Why would anyone say something like that?
One
Who?
down?
Yes.
Is
Marking
that what she
something.
said to you?
Yes. Before she sent me
Doesn't-
back.
Doesn't she like hate you or something?
I don't know. I know she likes to toy with me. I know she's somehow connected to me. Just when I thought I was going to have this figured out for the most part. Of course, dying is going to give me more questions. Wonderful.
What is that? Sophia, laying on her back on the ground, just weakly points up the strange cloaked man behind us all.
I was hoping you'd know.
Whatever it is, it, well, forced the reviving magic into you when Eutheria's Ica was trying to expel it.
You have your own guardian angel.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Atreus shrugs.
I'm going to... Is it still in view? Is it still there? Is it gone?
It's still floating there. You can see just this pale blue spotlight of light sort of emanating from where a face would be onto the sort of a lot of you, but mostly focused on you.
I'm going to... I don't even know what I'd identify this shit as.
Over there.
Nyx is going to approach it.
dragon.
Is it running away?
No, it just descends to meet you.
Are you an ally to her and an ally to me? Where do you stand in our fight?
You hear this soft, sort of raspy voice, like something struggling to find air, struggling to speak, like straining against vocal cords that are not there before it just seems to stop. And that same sort of golden blade floating in front of it spins down once again, down into the snow. As it draws a line between you and it.
What are you?
You don't receive an answer.
I tried to grab its cloak. Tried to grab at it. That's it. Nothing. A measly line. It's another part of a sick game. And you only show up after I've actually died.
Silence. And then you see it. A pale hand, like pink marble, comes out of this large billowing cloak. It almost seems to be floating by itself. There are just pieces of stone coming off of the back of it. There is no arm attached to it. As it tries to reach for you.
X.
I don't know what my wisdom... Yeah, fuck it, let it hit me.
Imperia kind of jerks forward, but does not interrupt as of yet.
As its hand is cold, it's like stone, pink in color, but pale like drained of blood. As it brushes the hair out of your face and back behind your ear. And as this subtle gesture comes into being, behind it, you hear this awful ripping sound. As the air behind it seems to split. You hear that lapping of strange water emanate from this tear as, with a soft pull, it is pulled back to whence it came.
Nick's just silent, just... Why just a range of...
Oh, Ward.
What?
You said something from your arm is gone. Mark. A ward. Used. Activated. when it's needed, it seems. One down. How many wounds got you?
So that was some kind of protection for me. It wouldn't make sense for Lutheria to have anything protect me if she wanted me to stay dead.
Added after, maybe. You said before the mark changed, yes?
It did. Right after we had spoken to Versi.
Then or before. Meaning that it can be changed. You said you had it when you were young. Maybe someone else.
Someone else put it there.
Someone else may have added to it.
When I first emerged, it was just a ring around my wrist. Like a bracelet. And as the moon changed, as it cycled, that ring started to grow branches, crawling up my arm. We speak to Versi. We all had that shared nightmare. I remember her speaking to me. And when my mark changed then, it was painful. This time, it's soothing.
Soothing?
Like cool water on a burn.
Strange.
Hmm.
By the way, now we have this to deal with.
Oh. Yes, that.
Would I recognize this as another spark? You're muted.
Ah, it definitely seems to be. And as you are sort of reminded of your childhood permutations of this marking, this curse mark, this strange and ever-changing, mostly painful affliction, you look at your hand and all along your arm, and you remember. You remember being shown how to properly skin an animal you'd hunted, and the slip of a too sharp knife into your skin, leaving a scar on your hand. It was rather small, but it was something that seemed to sort of stick onto your body. It's not there. The slight burn from trying to prepare fresh caught fish shortly after leaving your island and needing to find some food for yourself, it's not there. Looking at your arm, up your length and down to the hand, there is not a blemish or scar to be seen.
Did it take away my freckles too?
You were born with those, so no.
Mm. So not only does it feel soothing, every mark this arm had gained throughout the course of my life is gone.
Very strange.
Then maybe Sophia's theory is true. Perhaps whatever ward was sheltering you, now that it's broken, these are just the after effects.
And your burn was on your other hand. It is gone. You find yourself...
The last remains of whatever protective magic was in your mark.
a rather gnarly direwolf bite on your shoulder.
Still there, strangely enough.
Gone. The last 500 years of your life wiped away in a moment. The only thing that remains is her mark.
It's like I've been newly emerged. Gods.
It took away all your scars.
All of them.
Every badge of honor, every mark of victory, of survival. Gone.
Everything for me to know what I've gone through. How long I've been able to stay alive despite her attempts. Exactly. Gone.
Why?
Strange as it seems, I think. Well, I mean, this is going to sound really weird, but I think this is the only analogy I can think of for you saying it's all gone. I guess you're like a cat with 9 lives, except you don't know how many lives you have, but you just lost one. And here's your second one next. Fully reborn.
At least you're an adult, not a child.
Trace, I'm inclined to think you might be right. It all makes sense. Or at least right now it's the only thing that makes sense about this situation.
Perhaps we should set up camp before something else tries to come along and eat us, and handle this fireball. Inferior makes a face at it.
It's another spark. Like from the boar.
It's much better.
Wasn't there just like 4 of them now? Isn't there like 4 voices talking before that thing appeared? Trish gestures to the super cat.
It sounded somewhat like the elementals that we had fought back in Mitros.
Those of them almost.
I thought their names sound familiar.
They shared a single spark. And apparently, that spark carried that form of consciousness with it.
As Atreus.
Uh-huh.
You hear the softest voice, feminine to your ear and weak. Like it's like an old lady, almost. A frail old lady, bedridden. Whisper it into your mind.
Take the spark
as that spear in your hands heats up. What are you thumbs upping for?
I liked it. It was a good voice.
You feel this emotional impulse surging up from that spear up into your arm. Your kill is not finished. A desire to claim its power for your own. You can feel that heat resonating in your chest. Now that your mind is clear of the thing that you value, it seems the most, protecting your allies, Nyx stands living and breathing, and now as the attention turns to this spark, you hear that soft, dying voice, and you can feel that call to conquest in your heart.
Is the spear like heating up to like blood temperature?
It's like it's that same sort of just like that same sort of emotional response that it seems to have when you face this thing in the first place. It doesn't seem to go past. It seems to go past blood temperature, so you can feel that heat. It feels like more like a warm mug of sorts. Is the current feeling of it? But it definitely feels like that voice came from the spear. Just what do you do?
I withhold the spear. Don't let it.
Nyx is approaching the divine spark, somewhat thinking out loud. The last one we had given to Valus, at least she seemed appreciative. I'd like to think it's part of how we were able to have the gifts that she had given us.
In that case, perhaps Vulcan? Or Kira?
I agree with Vulcan.
Maybe
his job is to come next. We are to retrieve what is to be mended from this place, and he will be doing the mending.
Atreus nods. Vulcan.
Poor Yeo's just stuck up on this rock.
He's good. As you can feel that spear heating up more and the voice pleading with you more. Please. Please take it.
Ignores the spear. Do it quickly, Nyx.
Alright. Nyx quickly goes back to where she had fallen to pick up her staff with Sensor. And then back over to the divine spark.
Oh?
You turn your back on our vengeance. He took everything from both of us. Take what is rightfully ours.
Oh my.
I don't know if I can communicate with the spear without just talking aloud, can I?
You can certainly try.
Listen here, you thirsty bitch!
Silence, wench! I do not wish to be angry anymore. I just want to be happy. Atreus in a low voice, I'm going to teach you about temperament. Perhaps that will cool you off.
I chose you. I'd hoped you could be the slayer we needed to reclaim our divinity. Have we chosen wrong? Will you not be the slayer? Will you not take has
I
been
would be
stolen.
I would be betraying the very words I told Versi when we started this journey. I'm not doing it for vengeance. I'm doing it for closure. I have long made my peace.
You will receive no closure without power. You will be tossed away, left a remnant. I am a dying flame. He stole everything from me. You will be burned into ash without his power. Perhaps mortal will is not strong enough. Perhaps this realm is truly doomed.
Atreus says nothing.
As Nick lights the herbs inside of Sansa and lets the smoke begin to waft around, she is going to... Gods, I can't even remember if I said a prayer last time.
I don't know. I think so. I think there was some line in Latin or something.
Ah. But that's why I have notes.
Take out a Sharpie and I write Vulcan on the side of it.
To Vulcan, courtesy Heroes of Thylea. Enjoy.
I lick it, put it in the envelope. I don't know why I'm looking it and not the envelope, but it's fine. Don't question it.
Give it a little licky lick.
I didn't actually say anything.
Yeah, you notice the spark seems remarkably different from those you've seen before. These much smaller, sort of golden orbs. This one seeming to burn almost like coldly. You don't feel any heat coming off of it. It just seems red in color and much, much larger. Though you have no frame of reference for this, it's almost like a red giant, like a star that's way too large, inflated, with gas and burning colder and softer.
We've only seen one other spark.
No, you've seen the ones from the gods.
Yeah, when they're like doing something with them.
Yeah, you've seen Valis call on hers. You've seen Kira and them call on theirs for the miracle. They all are golden and various sort of at the largest, like sort of beach ball sized. This one is 6-7 feet in diameter. It's towering at your height.
That's massive.
Oh, I didn't realize that this was like vastly different than what we were used
that's why it's on the map. It's huge.
This could potentially serve all the gods. Bit different.
I still say we let Vulcan make that choice. I do not know what heat created such a storm. I would send you to Vulcan so you can heat his forge, so you can be a flame that ushers in the next stop of this world.
Doesn't seem very hard.
I mean, if it contains that much power, we could use it for ourselves. Why did I say that? As Atreus looks at the spear, and then he just drops it.
You let go of the spear?
He lets go of the spear, and he drops it.
It does not hit the earth. It flies forward into the spark.
Trollololol.
As it smacks into it, you hear what sounds like You guys spent some time at Vulcans. You've heard blacksmiths before. It sounds like a hammer hitting an anvil as it just smacks into the exterior of this large spark. And it just seems to be stuck there, floating.
Apparently.
Why do I keep getting possessed by things that...
What do you mean possessed?
I mean... The spear was talking to me. Something about wanting the spark, but I kept telling it no. And I think it caught me in a moment of weakness.
And retrieve it before it does any further damage.
Right. Trace reaches for the spear. Grab the spear. Take the spear. Give me
Grabbing
my
a hold of it.
pointy, sticky boy.
Grabbing hold of your pointy, sticky, flamey boy. You feel this heat once again as you grab a hold of it, and you hear that pleading voice calling out to you once again, begging you with all of its being to take this power for your own.
Alright. Let's see. Which number is usually heads? Is one heads or two heads? Because I'm kind of morbid like it. I think one will be heads. Alright, Jordan, heads or tails?
Hey man, it's your character.
I know it's my character, but also I'm morbidly curious now. What happens if I don't let this be taken? What happens if I just don't do that? Oh, it's gnawing at me.
I'll ask you to update
gnaws at me!
I'll ask you to update your power fantasy document for me. Is what I'll ask you to do.
Okay. Oh dang, sad face. Okay. Atreus in his moment of weakness lets the spear. Do I like push it in further?
Do what you want to do.
Do I shove it in? Oh.
Oh my god!
Honest,
Take the
honest to
power,
God,
Atreus! Ah!
There he goes. He's putting his shaft in another
Conquer
big
it,
old hot
Atreus,
flame,
you
yeah.
big burly shirtless man. Conquer it. Take what is yours.
Oh my
Stop
god.
shoving your fucking staff into lava. Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go, isn't it? Oh, Dawn. Yeah, I guess here's to just push it further then. Oh, whoops.
Don't you whoops me.
What? Yeah, what's he doing? What the fuck ever? Moving on.
Ah, shit.
Pick
Oh,
one.
oh.
Atreus trips and falls, and that's
Trace will
what
just
nudges
keep
it
it
into
there.
the
Trace will
ball.
just keep it there.
Are you happy now?
Oh no, Step Sophia, I'm stuck.
Oh, oh no, step party. Oh, I'm stuck.
Grabbing a hold of the spear.
The narrator's like, and then he plunges the spear into the ball. I said, and then he plunges the spear into the ball.
To the ball.
Do you want to plunge
Full
the spear
force.
into the ball or not, man? It's your
I'll
choice.
plunge the spear. Yes. Into the ball. Into the bowl.
You fucking trolling me. It hurts.
Moment of weakness. What do you mean trolling you? The spear will figure out its own way. There'll be another divine spark, I'm sure.
As grabbing a hold of that spear, you can feel that resistance this thing is struggling against, and with your own effort, you can feel and hear and see this outer shell of this spear, or this sphere cracking as your spear plunges through it and breaks into it. And when it does, there is a wash of heat and divine energy that surges out to meet you. As Nyx and Inferior, I need you to give me strength saving throws. Being right next to
Fine,
him.
burn. Burn, wood children.
Do I still have a level of exhaustion, or am I like completely okay?
You are completely healed. You are like there is not a flaw on you.
Burn,
Inferior,
wood
you
children.
go back 20 feet. Hey, Nyx also goes back 20 feet. As it looks kind of like someone like just opened like a big valve and like a wash of water was coming out, except in this case it's just bright red light. And it just seems to force you back away from this sphere. As Atreus, you can feel this heat surging into the spear itself. All of this red light being bent into the folds of the metal, and you can feel and see it creaking and turning as the spear seems to be just pulling all of this energy into itself. But
As
some of that
seems to fruitlessly struggle to pull the spear.
It seems to spill into you, and it burns. It burns horribly, like something that shouldn't be a part of you, like it doesn't belong. And that voice is begging you not to let go, to hold on with every ounce of will that you have.
So,
Atreus, what are you doing?
holding on. I'm trying.
As that spear continues its consumption, bursts bit by bit, slip out and hit you as it starts to get smaller.
Damon's gonna run up, try to grab onto Trace's shoulder, try to help haul him back.
Ooh.
As Themos moving up, give me a strength saving throw as you're stepping into that wash of heat. He's a tough boy, though.
Strength saving, bro.
Ooh. Yeah, you're just feeling just this, like, painful light, like someone's, like, just turning all of summer into, like, a little cone or beam and just pushing it at you like a water cannon, but you were able to sort of brace yourself and push forward against it with your shield and grab a hold of Atreus. Excuse me. And trying to pull him. If he doesn't let go of the sphere, he does not seem to move. As with each burst of energy from this spark, Atreus, you feel your eyes go in and out of focus. Your armor grows heavier. And after just a few moments, your hair seems to block your vision. As all of you seeing this scene, seeing this light being pulled into this strange spear he's holding onto and partly into himself, you see Atreus, engulfed in this red light, aging rapidly.
Oh no.
But at the same time,
oh man,
this spark is shrinking almost as quickly. As Atreus, you can see between almost like tears or like just water in your eyes, your hands growing wrinkles on them, the skin haggard, as you hear that voice now stronger with a great deal of firmness to it. Do not stop. I will not lose you.
You betrayed me.
Sophia runs forward, putting hand on Atreus' back. Let
You
it go.
betrayed me.
Surging magic into your back, trying to cut that connection, removing that curse. This horribly cursed object.
Horribly cursed object.
There is no curse.
I remove it anyways.
Remove the curse.
I cut his attunement.
I don't think the spear's even attunement. Pranked. Pranked, bro. Haha. It's mine. My power. Go away, stinky girl.
Nyx is going to move forward and try to aim a dispel magic at the spear because there is fuckery afoot.
Fuckery.
Fuckery.
Fuckery. I mean, lots of fuckery when spear in his windows. Spear in Atreus is involved.
Oh goodness.
Take it, conquer it.
Poof, magic bursts out, and it seems to just rebuff off of this spear. There is nothing to be dispelled. It just seems to be drinking in this energy, and this sphere seems to be shrinking more and more as Atreus grows older and older, as his hair turns gray and his beard hangs down to his chest, white as snow. As that red light stops, and you're basked in golden light.
Oh. Normal spark?
As a small divine spark, matching that which you have seen time and time again, thunk, breaks off of the sphere, almost pushing itself away from Atreus into the snow.
Corrupted? And so Nyx looks down at the golden spark and then back at Atreus. Is he still an elderly individual?
Am I dead? Am I like...
As Atreus, you are around 120 years old.
Oh fuck, how am I still alive?
You are very tired. It is hard to keep your eyes open. And as this red light dies down, you can feel just this weight of all the shit you're carrying on you. As looking at Atreus, he is very, very old looking, frail looking, as he sinks into the snow and you lose consciousness.
I did it.
No. That's not good. That's not good.
As Atreus, you find yourself on your feet. Warmth all around you. Earthen heat bubbling softly. Embers floating gently in the air. And you are as you were before, in your physical prime and youth. Looking around, you see a massive series of archways leading to a beautiful carving in an obsidian black and gold door. To your left, you see the Cerberus from the Mithril Mines. Each of its heads in their distinctive mannerisms, crazed, cunning, vicious. An incredibly lifelike statue that seems comprised of molten rock, posed as though stalking towards you from the dark. And to your right, you see Boreas, the Wildstorm, frozen in that molten rock statue, mid-leap, as though it were about to crash right into you.
New map.
Fight him, Atreus. Fight him.
I eat them.
Get
I
him.
eat them all. Nom nom nom. I eat them to gain their powers. How do I butcher them?
You feel compelled to fight them. Fight them!
Right that.
To the death.
Alright, how naked am I? What items do I got?
The only thing in your hands is that spear, nothing on your back. You just seem to be in that same sort of blue cloak.
They just look like statues?
Yeah, they look like molten statues at your sides.
Anything behind me? Endlessness?
It just seems like endless rock with those embers floating between them.
Oh, one way to go but forward. Hut, 2, 3, 4. Left, right, left, right.
Yeah, give me a second, you.
Oh, what do you mean?
Stepping forward, you hear that same sort of strange voice, though a lot healthier now, it seems, than it did previously.
I do not understand. I thought I understood you. I thought we had the same foe. Am I mistaken?
It's just the voice talking. Just everywhere. Seems
Yeah,
to
all
be
around
coming
you.
from everywhere.
It seems to be coming from all around you, and as you hear it, it's strange because it almost sounds broken, sort of incomplete, like it can't quite form like complex sentences. These sort of gaps in the voice, instead of having like understandable speech, when it seems to sort of hesitate, you hear these chirps and these like squawks of a massive bird. It's almost like the speech is just on top of those bird noises, and there's this sort of translation, this passage of knowledge to you from between the two. Like there's like bird sounds, the words you can actually understand, and then you.
Of all the emotions, and you choose anger. I have no need for such things.
I have been forgotten in this realm for what was taken from me. These creations twist my gift to Thylea. Twist my light. I light the dark. They may have stolen me. I have not earned this divinity. But he most of all. What should I feel if not anger, mortal?
Acceptance?
I should accept my death.
Yes. All things come to pass.
I have felt in you, and you unlike any other, to endure against all odds. And you are suggesting I give up.
Chris just tilts his head. Perhaps.
Why are you not giving up on Thylea? You could toss me aside, return to whence you came, and let the world end. Accept the dark. I sense this fire in you.
Because my time has not come to pass. Yours, however.
I am not extinguished. I just burned him. Will you not aid me? Will you not be the slayer that is needed?
I will be what I need to be. I don't need a ghostly disembodied voice of the weapon I wield to tell me what to do. I have an understanding of what is expected of me and what I am to do. What I must do. I have not lost sight of that.
I am not a simple spear. It is simply a cage where it is required. Love. If you can. If you win, claim their sparks. Claim their potential. I can return. And I can bring light to the dark again.
Can you say what you just said except in plain text?
I got you. I am not a simple spear.
Uh-huh.
I am more than that. If you will be the slayer, if you will claim their stolen sparks, claim your potential, I can return and bring light to the dark again.
To do that, you make it sound like you're just going to erase the entire place again.
Raise what
With
entire
your
place again?
anger.
Yeah, clarify your intention for me when you say raise the entire place again.
Right? You sound like you're just gonna burn the... Thanks, Brendan. You make it... I don't know, she sounds like if I fucking bring... She just sounds like she's just gonna take form. She's going to release herself out of the spirit. Haha, idiot. Now I have my body back, Dumbo. I don't need you anymore. Ha 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 ha. And then, fucks off.
And then we will be married.
I mean, that's certainly one way to, I guess, interpret that.
Yeah, I guess it is Angry Spear Woman who died. Wow, this is starting to sound a lot like Kavista Arc... whatever her name. The fucking Arclander. I guess your essence also got trapped in the spear, huh? Oh, wait, they could be buddies! Quick, Nyx, give me your spear.
Touch spears.
touch spears. Touch spears would be next.
Touch spearheads.
Yeah.
Just the tips.
So what was it you actually said to her?
Do not think you can impose your will upon me again.
I simply thought our wheels were aligned.
Suppose you thought wrong. I don't fight for vengeance. I don't fight to do this because I want to kill things. I do this because I have to kill things. Death is the means to an end, unfortunately. And if you couldn't tell, you probably weren't paying attention besides any of the other times we were doing combat. I am very peaceful.
I do not only want vengeance.
Really?
I swore to protect Thylea. I died to protect Thylea. I want to return, to take back what is mine, and protect her once again. The Trinity has been broken, Atreus. Thylea has forgotten the sun.
You have to elaborate on the Trinity?
The original Titans. Thylea, Kentamane, and myself.
You're a Titan?
That is a word to describe us. But I am nothing like my friend's unfortunate children.
Also, that's very short-sighted of you to think that you're not doing anything. You are protecting Thylea. Through me.
So then you will slay those foes.
If I have
Twisted
to.
by my light. Twisted and bearing my pieces.
And then what happens if you do get all of your pieces? You turn into a bigger spear.
I get to leave my cage. I will be reborn, as I have always been. As you hear just this sort of almost kind of beautiful and perfectly in pitch, loud caw of like a very large bird.
No, I see. So you're not doing this for vengeance. You do this because you want to get outside of the spear.
I can do this for many reasons.
Now, I suppose I can do this for many reasons as well, huh?
Look, whatever I've got to tell you.
I simply
I'm not a
chose the
fool.
one I thought he would understand.
Obviously, you can't read into my heart enough.
That is true. I am weak. But this power, holding on to divinity, mortal, it is something you can do if your will is strong enough. You withstood
Why?
it. Why? It is. How to put it? It is like a vase or pitcher or a glass, each a measure of potential. And the more you shape that vessel, the more you refine it, the greater your potential. And my light will find you from the heavens. You are not the only one. Your allies have grown their potential as well, facing the unfaceable, growing in power. That is a bit of the secret of divinity. It can be claimed with those with the will to claim it. But it should be earned. Not twisted, as Lutheria has done.
So just to reiterate, why are you doing this? What is your true reason? I don't care about your vengeance reason. Never did. Because either with your power, you're one of apparently you're one of the three titans, etc. And from the sound of it, Lutheria has claimed divinity or what have you. With you being this powerful, and you collecting these fragments along our journey, and you being potentially that powerful to free your chains and gain all this power, either I'm redundant or you are in our partnership.
There is something that even I fear, mortal. That is why I must return. To
So I'm
provide.
the redundant one.
No. Not
No.
unless your fire burns out. You can be so much more than you are. You simply must want it.
So then you're the redundant one.
Neither of us are. It is something we must face together.
Trace crosses his arms. Really? That's powerful. And where are my allies supposed to acquire this power as well? Or am I expected to face it?
They have grown their potential. Though,
And mine comes from a weapon. One of the original 3 Titans.
no. It comes from yourself. Just
So
as it
why
comes
do I
from
need you?
I need you, Slayer. I am asking, no, begging, for you to help me reclaim my power, so we can face what it is I fear side by side. Not dependent on each other any longer, but partners in protecting that which I love most, my oldest friend.
Trace's eyebrows furrow.
Have you ever wondered why Thylea is silent? Why the Great Mother is dead? This is so much bigger than Lutheria and Sidon. We must be ready, mortal.
I have a name, you know. If we're in this together.
I
Jib?
am the Phoenix. Will you always be Atreus?
Just the Phoenix.
It is all I have needed.
Very well, Phoenix. Anything else?
No. Just now, I have placed my faith in you, Atreus. His cage has kept me burning. But I cannot return on my own.
Then remember that next time you make demands with me. I call the shots.
I will bury you in a fucking hole.
I will stick you into ice.
I will, then. It is hard to look at a piece of yourself and not want it back. But it will not be as painful in the future. As with a slight shimmer along this first golden archway, there is a golden ring that appears in place.
So where are we, really? Inside my mind or inside the spear?
Inside the spear.
And when I walk out that portal, I'm going to wake up and be normal.
Reborn in golden fire.
That does not sound promising. I've already seen one person be reborn, and I don't like what that meant for her. She just walks through the portal, not hearing her response.
As, oh god, and he like frozen. Oh, the best possible way.
Yeah, their computer
As-
just said nope.
As you
It's at this
step-
point that I put Atreus out of his misery. Go ahead and slit his
Yeah,
throat.
yeah. Slit
old
my
man.
old man throat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Atreus is too far gone. He can't be saved.
I tried to revive him with a healing word.
Well, it doesn't work. I don't have a soul. My soul's not here.
Just heal a little age
Nyx
off of him.
doesn't know that.
Oh god, he's actually dead.
Plus, he's
You know,
super old.
Yes.
everyone's like cuddled around him, and then he like breathes, and then he stops, and then you start counting the seconds, but then he suddenly breathes again because he has sleep apnea because he's an old man.
Stepping back through into reality, your allies see along your arms and across your chest golden fire on you, building more and more as your age is reversed. In a mere moment before your final heartbeat, the infinitesimal glimpse of death, you are reborn, de-aged and rejuvenated. But not rebuilt. Your scars and blemishes remain as though you just completed a long rest.
Yeah, is Atreus still like prone?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Atreus opens his eyes and he just looks up at the party. My spear is one of the 3 original titans.
There's only 4 titans. What do you mean one of the original 3?
Thylea, Kentamane, and the Phoenix. The original Trinity.
Do I know anything about the Phoenix?
They claim Sidon is not the original.
Nyx. As just to clarify off your sentence there, it is well known that Lutheria and Sidon are Thylea and Kentamane's kids. That is a chain of knowledge. Nyx, you would recall a strange, ruined temple. Almost completely lost to time. Save for a tiny etching in the stone. A tree. A hand. And a sun. You were able to recall the connection of the tree to Thylea, the hands to Kintamane, but that last symbol eluded you. Even in all of your religious teachings and your history, it had no connection to you, something lost. Shortly before you were shot at by a bunch of centaurs.
Yes. I remember.
A lost titan.
And that she was reborn into a spear. I guess not really reborn, it's more like her prison. Yeah. Apparently there are certain divine sparks or creatures or whatever that hold a fraction of her self, I guess. That was one of those. It was points to the cat. My mind's a bit fuzzy after all this. Whatever his name was. I saw him.
Glorious.
Yeah.
You
Had a piece of the
saw him?
phoenix.
Of all of the titans, the only ones that seem to remain as the known ones, Thylea, the mother, Kintamane, and their children, Sidon and Utheria. So why did she get erased from everyone's memory? Why is she no longer talked about? She? They? Why is this phoenix no longer spoken of?
I'll have to pull you guys into the spear next time. I didn't think to ask this. She said that she died. Or she fell at some point. I think maybe... Mysterious pause. I think Lutheria probably had something to do with it. Her death, her fall, her erasure. Well, that actually makes a lot of sense. What happened to Mercury now? If Lutheria had a hand in it.
So Utheria kills a titan that's part of an original trinity.
Yeah, and she was talking about how the Trinity has been broken. But I'm guessing that's also because she's dead and is now a spear.
This
Does she
is
know what happened to Thylea?
Yes, she does actually.
Then I wonder if her death was before or after that event.
Oh man, the more we go on this journey, we always end up with more questions than answers.
Welcome to my
Yes.
life. At least, what my old life continued.
I wouldn't think about it too hard next.
Yes, I'm gonna drive myself mad. But it did look like, I will say, that whatever spark she consumed, it wasn't the whole thing. This looks more like the sparks that we'd been giving the five. As Nyx
then-
gestures up to the golden light.
Then perhaps
I'm
we
guessing
should
that
give
the
it...
heat, the red part before the golden light. I guess it's flying away. As it's going
Let
over
it
there
go,
and
it's
flying
fine.
away, as it's flying away, I'm guessing that the red part was just part of the phoenix, and that's what she wanted to claim.
Nix grabs onto it and then flies away with it.
Alright. Bye, Nyx.
As
Everyone wave goodbye.
looking at this this spark, it starts to float up and fly away. As Nyx,
Oh,
with
get
your
back
sharp
here.
eyes, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 canaries cold carrying it.
Kira stole it.
Yeah, stop stealing it. That's not for you. That's for Vulcan. Get back here.
Kira betrayed them, now she's betraying us!
Oh god, the gods are betraying all of us. Oh god, you can't trust divine people.
Drama.
Considering we do not
Alright.
know where Kira went, maybe it's
Dead.
okay for her to have this one.
You might need it. She did, after all, expend a bit of energy helping us with various things over the last weeks. She might be feeling the effects.
Alright, well. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I think I've had enough excitement for the evening.
No joking.
Nyx extends a hand to Atreus to help him up.
Thank you.
And thank you, all of you, for bringing me back.
Oh, Atreus just hugs you. I'm sorry I
Oh.
couldn't help you. I saw it happening in slow motion, but I couldn't move. Not until it was over.
Nyx just wraps her arms back around Atreus. If you start blaming yourself now, when the actual Titan of Death wants me dead, you're going to live in pain until your last day.
No, I'm
It's
not
not your
blaming
fault.
myself. I'm just asking for your forgiveness.
Well, then you have it.
Trust me. As he hold her by, as he just holds Nyx by the shoulders and pushes her away. I've cried all the tears that I have over deaths many years ago. I have no more tears to give.
Perhaps you can take some of mine.
Perhaps I'll need them. As he just
Hopefully
goes back to hugging Nyx.
Hopefully we won't be needing any tears. Vera kind of mutters, and then retreats, climbs up on the rock wall, through the wall, like up here, and kind of sits with her back to the taller part, knees to her chest, and just kind of stares blankly out.
Alright, is the corpse still here? Or do we have to kick it off?
Still there.
Alright. Alright, Inferior. No time for moping. Pull out that knife. Harvest the cat.
I should be able to handle this one.
Harvest the cat.
Vera comes back to
Ah,
help.
Sophia, what do you want? It's testes, liver, tongue, brain.
Any of its many legs.
I'm sure it tastes great.
Difficult. Its form and way of acting did not give any hints of its congruity between its body and its actions.
Alright, then I'm going to take its hide.
I wonder if Vulcan could make armor out of it. Imperi kind of pokes it with a dagger. Does it still seem to be resistant? Does that seem to be a property of the hide or a property of the beast?
It seems to still have these large slabs of ice all along its back and various parts of itself. It was a frozen over tank of ice that dropped out with a few chunks that are missing that you guys managed to blow open. That ice still seems to sort of shimmer ever so slightly with this sort of blue-white sheen every so often. Definitely some sign of power still in that. The hide chunks. You sort of move some of the armor out of the way and try to experimentally poke at it. Your knife finds purchase. Though it definitely seems thick and, like good in terms of pelts.
Beauty.
Yeah. It would definitely make great winter clothing, obviously.
Obviously.
Don't
The
the
hide
orb
would
that I
certainly
tried
be
to use to
useful.
intercept empty?
The goop coming out of Nyx?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Empty.
I lick it clean anyways.
Tastes like Greek
And,
yogurt.
Nice.
When Nyx gets around to like gathering her things from where she died, is the scroll used up?
The scroll of the Revivify magic?
Yes.
It is blank.
Sorry about that. The only
Well-
one we had, and if I knew it was unnecessary, I would not have wasted it so. You're simply not allowed to die again.
I'll do my best, Sophia. But in fairness to you, I'm surprised I'm back at all.
Sophia just sort of
Shit, what was her name?
looks down, just not really embarrassed, ashamed, I guess.
Who's the Titan called again?
Phoenix?
Not the Phoenix, the other one.
Thylea?
Yeah, fuck her. Yeah, perhaps Lytheria wants to keep playing her game. Now that I also think about it.
That's what I hate the most about her. Her fucking games.
I suppose it's not nearly enough that she can win. But that she can let you play again because she wants you to. I guess that's the most disturbing part of it all.
She wants you to lose and lose and lose until there is no hope and no light.
As Trace looks. Do you still have your tattoo out? I guess you're wearing sleeveless something or
Yeah,
whatever.
well, no, I'm not wearing my sleeve anymore, so it's just,
Oh,
it
okay.
is just out.
Yeah. As Trace just uses his thumb and he just kind of rubs the sun.
Oh yeah, and the middle sun is finally finished fading because enough time has passed. So you have the sun, the moon, the clouds, and then 1, 2 little suns remaining. The third sun that was in the middle has faded away.
It's kind of disturbing now that I think about it. Your light is fading. That's what it seems to be saying.
Thanks, I hate it.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sophia, I'd like to
Trace
get
just
this over
plops
with.
down. Ugh. Sorry, Nyx. Sorry, Inferior. What was that? I'm very loud.
It's alright. I just would like to get this over with. Sophia, what do you need? And then how do we get this beast out of our camp?
The ice that's not melting, test it, cut it. The only other thing that held power, possibly, is vocal cords.
Vera just kind of looks at the ice, looks at herself, looks at Atreus and Thamos and raises an eyebrow, and then turns to the vocal cords.
Atreus will help out what he can.
Ice cannot hold much anyways. And without the spark, I doubt the remaining bits of the body hold as much power.
Vera quickly and delicately harvests the beast's vocal cords. Or something.
Out its
His throat.
Atreus helps where he can.
Trying to think what else he did. Hide was nothing special. Teeth and claws, nothing special. All he did was have a roar and then a whole bunch of random effects going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's vocal cords.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like most of his power came from vocal cords or the ice chunks, which, like I said, still have some power channeling through them and seem to still be intact and not melting. Or they seem to be perpetually in a state of melting and refreezing, is how I describe them. They look like they are bursting. As Inferior, give me a survival check with advantage from Atreus. And Sophia, give me an Arcana check, because I am assuming you are guiding to make sure that the component you're trying to harvest will be intact, not disturb the ley lines, etc., etc.
24.
Not really. No, I don't think Sophia's leaving it to them. She doesn't know what the fuck this is. It's weird ice crystals and cutting out vocal cords. I think they got it. I don't think there's any magical thing to say about it that she would be aware of. She's not really dealt with a whole bunch of crystal cat things.
Fair enough. I think I've had you aiding previously to make sure anything that seems to have power in it isn't tripped or expended in the cutting.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Seems relatively straightforward this time around.
Supervising.
Of course. All right, so yeah,
he's actually gonna move down here, start casting her ritual, start to set up the hut again, away from the big gory scene.
Got you.
It's starting to
Getting the bubble going. Yeah, all right. As Inferior with a 24, easily able to get between both the carotids, or the mini arteries feeding this massive beast and its head, and harvest out its whole sort of from the base of its jaw down to where you would estimate the first set of shoulders begins this entire group of muscle, and attached to it the throat and all of the necessary components to it in a sort of in a weird sort of cylinder. You almost have just expertly carved this out and made a nice clean cut at the top and bottom, as you have this strange sort of tube of meat.
Tube of meat.
Yeah.
I just kind of hold it out to
section.
Sophia. Perfect cross section. I just kind of hold it out to Sophia. Is this what you wanted? Is this sufficient?
That will do.
Very well. Is there anything else?
Just getting some chunks of ice off its back. That's it.
I don't believe that I am... Well, I don't believe that it would be most efficient for me to try to chip the ice, as it were. We might have Thamos or Atreus do that.
Definitely seems possible. It's a matter of how you want to harvest it. You want to try to take a whole solid block of ice, or you want to try to break it into pieces?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaving it to y'all.
Imperi kind of looks at it. Does it look like there's any, like how big are these plates of ice?
They're pretty big. Each plate seems to be at least the size of Atreus' shield, if not bigger. Nice 3-4 foot wide plates.
Inferior kind of examines one. Does it seem like it could be cut away from the beast without having to break it?
Sort of taking a look at it. Give me an investigation check.
Investigation. I'm not very good at that one. Skills investigation.
Probably.
Inferior kind of tries to pry her knife underneath it with one hand, pulls on it with the other hand. Kind of a little bit half-heartedly. She doesn't want to do this. She wants Atreus and Thamos to do this. But they're not stepping forward. So she's just
Oh,
kind
good
of
luck.
angrily.
Your little
You
knife.
can do
like,
it,
that's,
Gambate.
that's your biggest takeaway is like you don't have a lot of strength, so it's hard for you to lift up the heavy plate. Then you're trying to carve at it with this little knife, and you're like moving through like 3 feet of attached like hide on the underside of this thing, and it's just like laborious cutting slowly, but like it takes you like 2 minutes of cutting, and you are like 6 inches through just the north side of one of these plates.
Getting like increasingly frustrated, disproportionately frustrated. Barry is just like starting to straight up just growl at this thing as she's working at it, just sawing at it furiously. Definitely taking out some emotions on this thing.
As just carving at it more and more. Enough time passes, Sophia, your ritual comes into play. The tiny hut would be able to spring forth.
Just like
Could
dripping
be in it.
sweat.
Do they all have to like run over to the bubble?
Yeah, I cast my summon spell. I summon him over here. And I kick him back out again.
As everyone enters in the bubble as it completes, and Inferia, you just have like this strange sort of cold purplish blood on your arm from just sawing through this hide, and you find yourself stomping back through the snow back onto this thing and hacking away at it some more and some more. As give me 2 survival checks with advantage.
I don't need teammates.
Yeah, right? Like,
Do it myself.
where y'all even at?
Recovering.
Well, I just died, so
Yes, I also almost just died too.
we're all kind of dealing with almost dying, Imperia.
Okay, and then Sophia is weak, and Deimos is disposed.
Sophia and I probably have the same strength modifier, actually.
As after another 10 minutes, you can feel yourself just like, your arm tired from the repetitive motions you swapped between them. You had to take your knife out and pull out a whetstone and sharpen it again as you'd been cutting at this for so long. And then you finally get that last bit of sinew and hide away, and it slides away from you off the side of the cat. And you try to grab a hold of it. It is way too heavy, but you do manage to slow it just enough as it crunches into the earth on the other side of the wildcat, and you have a single Boreas armor plate.
Barry just kind of looks at it, and then looks at Sophia, and then raises an eyebrow. There. And then he turns around, scrambles back up on this thing, and leans against the wall. Very huffy. Goes right back to what she was doing before she was called down to deal with this beast. Plops down, curls up in a ball, rests her chin on her knees. And Ibis comes and perches, like, kind of on her, in a really convenient way that, like, his wings kind of go around her face, and so their heads are together, and that is a wall. And his wings are kind of like wrapped around her head a little bit. They make a little cocoon. Rage quit.
As Sophia, you get the throat of Boreas, just in case, which you could notate down as a 5 out of 10, and the an ice plate armor chunk of Boreas, however you want to notate that down, and you can notate that as a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay.
now the bubble's up. You guys, I presume, after some time, do you stay in your cocoon or do you go into the climate-controlled bubble after a while, Impheria?
She kind of like she'll wait to go into the bubble until she's like in danger of getting frostbite. She really doesn't want to, but she's also not gonna just like die in the cold.
All right. As you all gather up, eventually, to take a proper long rest in the tiny hut, sheltered away from the remnants of this blizzard. As do you all do anything?
Is the tiny hut?
It's like down off the mountain a bit.
Ah, I see.
She just gets to work, doing her stuff, but obviously perturbed at everything more than her usual work. It's more like she's diving into her work tonight to avoid conversation more than just doing her chores.
That's rough, buddy, because Nyx is staying up for first watch.
You also take first. Thamos can take second.
All right.
Let's take fourth watch. It's mine.
Who's on third?
I will take third.
Lovely.
Alba will take this time to privilegedly sleep through the night.
What? Oh, Alba. I was like, who?
As I pass the talking stick to y'all. Yeah.
We love the talking stick.
I'm sure we're all very talkative. Maybe. So, y'all ever just die? Almost die?
Just fucking gone. Goodbye, forever.
Nyx is just going to sit in. Nyx will sit in silence for a bit, just watching Sophia work. And then break that silence. Do I need to tell you what I told Atreus?
What?
Not to blame yourself for whatever happens to me.
I'll not blame myself for what happens to you. I'll blame myself for my own failings. I would not ignore responsibility.
And what failings do you think you've committed?
Should not prepare enough to waste the scant resources we have. To not foresee all of the changes, the twists, not being able to prepare for them, not having an answer for them, and always reminded that I can't ask for those answers anymore.
It's because
But
cannot
do
speak.
not worry, it has been this way for many years now. I've become accustomed to it. I just need to think and find the next step forward. It will surely lead to another failure, but forward nonetheless.
Isn't failure a way of learning as well?
Indeed. I've continued to stumble forward. That's all I can do, but I will continue to do so.
Is there anything else on your mind, Sophia? Anything bothering you?
Hmm.
Calm down. Just because the moth has been silent doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and watch you isolate yourself more so than usual.
She looks up, looks at Atreus. I do not like that we have an unknown variable, another one within our midst. Something that could so easily be lying to us. Proof that I have seen is that we have risked our lives to kill a beast, and an entity that had hidden itself amongst us has stolen away its gift after it was done, even against its wielder's will. It says it's a titan, and we are simply to believe it.
There's only one reason I am willing to entertain that theory. Nyx goes through her bag and she pulls out this piece of paper where she had scrawled the rune that she had seen earlier in our travels. Some time ago, before we encountered the centaurs, we had made camp at some ruins. It had the symbol of Thylea and the symbol of Kentamane. And this one. I couldn't find it in the library. I was going to see if I would somehow, by some miracle, manage to talk to some Geigans. So that was where the scholars directed me. Now, why would a symbol along two other titans be there if it wasn't for a titan itself?
Another unknown. Even if it is a titan, we do not know of what it seeks. Only that it craves power, and is willing to steal from us to take it. What's to say that it will not drain the life from Atreus the next chance it gets? Steal away with the next prize it sees? I don't see the worth of the risk.
You
And
also
it's
don't
not
have
exactly like we are allies with the Titans.
the only titans that are our enemies as we know of. The Thylea and Sidon. They're the ones that had to swear an oath. And you don't have all the information, Sophia. We only have what Atreus was able to tell us, but even he admitted he didn't think to ask nearly half the questions that we would ask. If I can find a way to talk to the spirit in the spear, perhaps we can get some answers.
I will. I just cannot help but see it as another hurdle on our journey. Another thing in the way. I know I should not lose myself to impatience, but... well,
Impatience seems to be a disease. It's infected almost half of us now.
I suppose this mountain has gotten to me. I thought that I would weather it, but... there's something I've been worrying about since the time we started our march. This mountain is an impossibility. How long have we been here? Is any landmark across this island this large? We could have walked the entire length of our nations in the same time. This mountain itself simply does not make sense. And does that mean that when we cross the border of those gates, that we have wandered in circles? I did not want to damage the morale of our group if it is incorrect once again. But I keep calculating and it keeps just not making sense.
Are
I
you
can't
doubting?
know how much longer we have to march since I don't know where we are. I have mapped every day, every march up this mountain, and it's as if we would have reached the moon by now. So many things have weighed on my mind, many things that I am trying to solve, and this is just 1, 2, 3 more added on top. It's gotten to the point that there are so many variables that I don't know what is set and what is not anymore. And Sophia just sort of sighs and looks down. And by saying all of this and sharing my worries, it will serve only to cloud your mind and bring no answers. I
But does
should
it
not have
feel
said it.
better that you have somebody else you can share it with?
I feel it is another mistake.
I don't understand why.
Do you
Have
have
you
an answer for any of this?
Well, not at this moment, but now that I know some of the things going on in your mind, questions that you want answered, there's another set of eyes that could be looking for you. This mountain doesn't make sense, it's true. But we're also in a part of the mountain that is protected by ancient godly magic. At that point, I wouldn't think a lot of things would make sense. For example, that box that you found. It wasn't protected by the edict. Tons of questions I have about that, including when it ended up here. By whom? We have theories, we'll never know for certain. Unless there's a name scrawled inside the lid that we didn't check.
I've had enough. With everything going on, for all intents and purposes, you have just lost your life. Another thing to weigh on your mind would not help, not going forward. Solution. I just have to
Stop being
calculate more.
stubborn.
I'm doing this so that we will succeed. I'm not. It's not a point of pride, or I don't know. I simply want you to function, and weighing you down does not help.
Sophia, I believe I'm the one that gets to judge what weighs me down.
Fine. Just do not die again.
I wish I could make promises, but Luthea is pretty adamant about the me dying part.
Choice already been made. There's nothing else.
All right. I'll leave you to your work then.
You can see her holding her map. sheets and sheets of paper back to back. She continues to scribble on for the last 2 days.
Nyx with a little smirk. As she goes to minding her own business, she just has one last thing to say. Have you considered that maybe the blizzard made us get turned around and that we ended up lost somehow? That would lengthen the journey, don't you think? And she glances over to see Sophia's reaction, if any.
I can only hope so. And she turns page after page after page of what she's drawn from her map.
Oh, God, that was supposed to be a joke.
Oh. 19 days so far.
You're muted.
Master. Oops,
Can you
sorry.
take any time to identify the content of the lockbox?
Who did that? Oh, like to figure out
like what it actually is.
Right. Yeah. 2 potions, red potion, yellow potion, spell scroll. 4 mercury potions.
And $50.
Yep.
Yeah, assuming you just use identify. All right. It's 1 potion of healing, just a normal basic bitch potion of healing. 1 potion of lesser restoration. This is the yellow one. The spell scroll seems to be a strange bit of magic that allows you to burst out harsh caustic chemicals in a line, as it is a spell scroll of Tasha's Caustic Brew.
Who is Tasha and why is she allowed to brew things?
No one truly knows.
Keep writing caustic, and I'm like, that does not look like a fucking word.
Yeah.
Caustic. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the 4 vials are vials of prime oil.
Prime oil.
Yep, prime oil. Which, Sophia, just taking a look at these along with your expansive now alchemical understanding, prime oil is understandably rare since you need a potent acid and a decent amount of mithril mixed together, allowing this mixture to become a sort of strange mercury-like solution that has, if the balance is achieved right, has just enough potency left in it that you can add a finishing touch in the form of a gemstone, and in one action create any oil.
Hmm.
But prime oil takes a decent amount of time to make to get a decent number of vials of it.
Good.
And that's it. But yeah, you could take a ruby, shove it in there, cork it, shake it up real hard, and it would become the appropriate oil as the acid breaks down that gemstone and combines with the mithril to make that finishing touch. into something applicable.
Do I have a lesser resto already? Can I just add this? Probably not.
Is anything else for any of the other watches?
After Nyx has fallen asleep, Ibis will wake Imperia up and chivvy her into the bubble, where she will fall back asleep until her watch.
Put you in the bubble. There you go. No freezing to death.
No freezing to death.
All right. As the other watches come to pass, nothing seems to accost you throughout the night.
Beans.
As morning comes, there is an odd sensation for all of you, though Atreus perhaps the least so. Your time this night, Atreus, is not one filled with dreams or nightmares, but shortly before awakening for your watch, there is just this strange ring, almost like an after image of that portal you walked through. Ring of fire surrounded by dark as you open your eyes for your watch. And as time passes, quiet, the blizzard lessening more and more throughout the night, the snowfall slowing to that same accumulation of heavier flurries, but still just flurries as opposed to this battering wind. There is a gift just beyond the rocks, the trees, to the east. A present that you never knew you would want. The sun, as the blizzard finally breaks.
No more snow.
It says I own no token with vision.
Yeah.
Your token access has been revoked.
Cry.
The clouds finally pushing themselves further up the mountain, breaking up into pieces here and there, fragmenting as this persistent weight has finally broken. This gray blanket shrouding you in darkness each and every morning of this 19-day suffrage comes to an end.
Has it been like 3 weeks?
That was just from when Sophia started drawing the map. That's like into the foot of the mountain when she started.
As all of you go to level 8, get a big old bundle of XP. As let me actually end that encounter. Yeah, because I think it'll give me the actual.
Man, we're only level 8? Man, it really feels like we're like level 12 or something already.
It's our boons.
Fury, Atreus, Nyx, Alba, Sophia.
When I get more, we get feats. An assign. Where do I want to bump?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
As besting this gauntlet, besting Boreas.
How do we
Get
level
a
up again?
big chunk of XP to each of you.
Pretty sure we already got our experience.
I didn't do the Boreas XP.
Okay.
Somebody give me the number of XP we should have, because I clicked the add button but didn't add it to my sheet.
I think that's what we're supposed to have.
After the XP?
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, because we ding at 34,000.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't give us more XP.
Maybe did I not add experience last time?
Yeah, it worked for somebody. I clicked it because it was like you have enough XP. to
No,
level
that's
up.
also because I just set myself to level. I cheated. I was like, okay, I guess we just get enough. So I'll just like give myself enough XP to go to 8.
Oh, is
And
that what we did? We were like at the end of the thing. It's like, hey, guess what? You guys are gonna get enough experience to level, and then we just didn't.
Yeah.
Oh
So
god.
you guys-
We're still like 1,400 short.
Yeah. So you get 34,000 total XP. Should be your new total.
Cool. It still says level 7.
How do I make it give me the ding?
You go to your features and find your class level feature.
Right.
Right click on that, edit, and set it to 8. So you have 8 class levels of your class.
Also, I forgot to do something last level,
Oh,
which is
dear.
fine because I wouldn't have used it anyways, but I can't figure out how to add it now. And that is, I got another innate spellcasting spell. And that was Bark Skin.
Yeah, you would just do like control space to pull it up, to pull up the little search function, and then just type in like.
Yeah, when I
Barkskin.
tried to do that, it popped it into second level spell slots, and I couldn't figure out how to put it in innate spellcasting. Also, there's 2 options. There's DAESRD spells, and there's spells.
hey, we get like our full. We get our full thingamajiggy, right? When we level up.
Max health,
Yeah.
Yep.
I reckon.
I redid the math of my health, and I've been at level 7 health. I mean,
you're
not level 7. Fucking.
I was saying, like, yeah, we're
Level
at
6.
7.
Level 6 health. Or something. Like, oh, whoops. Alright, well, I just need to correct that. And then I get to correct it again!
So wait, what's the formula on that to make sure I have it right?
Whoops.
What's your health?
Well, what's your die?
D8.
So 8 plus con mod times 8.
So probably like 9 times 8. You weak girl.
Yeah, like for me, it would be 14 times 8. Because I have D10 10, or D10. D10 hit die, and 18 con. So plus 4. Got
So there's
14
like
health unlovable.
when you edit a spell, Nikki, like when you right click,
Yeah.
edit, under details, there's a section that says spell preparation mode, and you can toggle that between like prepared, pack magic, always prepared, at will, and innate. And I just set it to innate and saved it, and it went to your innate section.
I see. Thank you. think it's long rest, but it might be long rest or short rest. Where did that go?
As you guys find yourselves awaking in the morning, your potential having grown to new heights, to level 8, there's a lot of realization, self-actualization, and further growth as this blizzard finally breaks. One felt by all of you with this first breakfast. You all, treasures of the fellowship, you all collectively have trekked up and through the mountains and have discovered this journey to be so much more than what you first thought. Werewolves, trolls, edicts, undead, demon cults, and rock slides, a thunderous supernatural blizzard battering you nearly the entire way. It is your collective cunning, might, and unyielding fortitude that the oracles chosen have conquered the gauntlet of Mount Telemach. As you all would be able to continue your ascent with the sun on your face, and stronger than before, as you all collectively gain a boon.
Boom!
The Enduring Might of Heroes boon.
Me like
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
It's under Constitution.
Why though?
As each of you, for persevering and weathering this storm, have found yourselves growing hardy and tougher against its elements and the elements of battle, as each of you gain a free +1 to Constitution and +1 to any ability score of your choice, except for Constitution. And each PC can add their proficiency bonus to endurance checks if you face a similar situation in the future. If you are proficient in martial weapons and possess this boon, you can add double your proficiency bonus, as Impheria and Atreus, you all essentially are experts at enduring the elements at this point, truly refining your prowess. And you each gain a feature. Fight on! So when you roll a hit die to regain hit points, the minimum number of hit points you regain from the roll equals twice your Constitution modifier, as you have grown durable heroes. Things approaching, it seems, almost the pinnacle of normal mortals in this realm. Quite tough and durable.
Hey. Whoa.
So now you can rethink about what feat you want to take.
That just made my level up really easy.
And everything planned out so pretty like.
I told you we were gonna hang out and do stuff together. I told you there's gonna be stuff you have to fucking put down.
If you don't know what to take, or you're just like, wow, look at all these feats. What I just did and what I realized literally as he said that, we can just give ourselves +1 modifier to any ability score and your con. That's what I just did. Because my con goes to 19 and then my wisdom went to like 15. And it's like, oh, I can just give myself +1 to con and +1 to wisdom. So now I have 20 con and 16 wisdom.
I'm debating between either further upping either dex or con or taking a feat.
Yeah.
You guys take your I will preach this now. You guys take your resilient yet?
Yeah, that's my issue, is that I was
What?
at 15 con, I'm taking my resilient con, but now I just got an extra 1. I was like, no.
Oh, now it messed it up.
Fuck! Half my feet just did nothing all of a sudden, fuck!
Yeah, I took my resilient like at level 6. I gave myself resilient wisdom.
How the fuck do you have 20 strength, 20 con, and Brazil?
Fighter. Plus
Fighter.
stats.
The god stats plus fighter.
You have one more SI than other people. You got 1 at 6. That's it. What?
What?
He took athlete at level 1 to give himself 19 strength. I'm fairly certain.
Oh, he's a human.
Yeah, he's a human.
Yeah, I had my extra feat.
Because you started with 17, and I think he did the cheesy take a feat that gives you a +1, so he gets +2 to strength, giving him 19, and then he did like a +1/+1 to something else, etc., etc., etc.
Okay. Crazy.
He's a big tough boy.
I have figured out this system. That's what you should be doing if you're playing human. You go human, that's how you can get yourself. That's how you start with like 16 and 2 stats.
Are we allowed to take skill feats?
Yep. Skill feats are fine. You can take the Tasha's feats. You can do all that good stuff.
Theologian's looking pretty fucking good right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that human thing is the exact reason why I like doing, standard array 15, 14, 15, 12 tonight, because, yeah, you take a feat that gives you +1 in something, and then you put your 2 main stats to 15, and then you put your +1s in those 2 main stats. Now you got 16 and a 14 and 3 main stats. Congratulations.
Not interact with your headband of intellect though, so keep that in mind.
What's the thingy thing?
Yes.
That's fine. I don't even remember what my original int score was. I'm not looking at it for the int boost. I'm looking at it for the other thing, the second one, the doubling proficiency on religion checks.
Definitely has its value.
Yeah. Remember, I'm the one that looks at these feats and I'm like, you know what? I don't need all of these things to apply. What do I want more?
I don't know what I want to do.
+1 con and +1 something else is never bad. Stats are good.
True. This is true. I'm thinking I'll do stats, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Be
it's usually my backup.
Sharpshooter like a crazy person.
Say that again?
I said be ballsy and be crazy and take sharpshooting. So you can miss with your chakrams instead of doing a bajillion damage. Don't you want to do 30 extra damage every turn? It's fine. Or there's the fun feats from Tasha's, like that'll give you like Misty Step and stuff. I think.
Oh yeah.
You're a ranger. You
I'm
kind
not
of sort of have that.
Not familiar with Tasha's yet.
Some of these Tasha ones are pretty fucking neat.
But we are not done. There is more. Yeah. As though she is not here, she may look at the VOD. Alba would also get her first boon, as she would gain the Evocation of Darkness boon. That's a cool little image here. As Alba, hear me through the void. It has been a trying journey for you. Few foes wish to be swayed by your silver tongue, and you have been forced to concentrate your magic to deliver harm. And now, with a foe unlike any other defeated, your connection to the shadows has grown stronger. 5 rivers flow, and you will be the ferry, lest you join them. As you gain Horrid Dark, when you cast a cantrip that you know that deals damage, you can add your charisma modifier to 1 damage roll of that spell. Additionally, if your target is frightened of you or your allies, you have advantage on cantrip attack rolls, or they have disadvantage on saving throws against your cantrips. You gain the Fairy Woman boon. Proficiency bonus times per long rest. When a hostile creature dies within 60 feet of you, you can, as a reaction, siphon their dwindling life force to empower your magic. And until the end of your next turn, damage rolls of spells you cast or are concentrating on deal additional damage equal to half your level. You can expend 1 sorcery point as a part of this reaction to teleport up to 60 feet closer to a hostile creature and make an attack or cast a spell. And finally, Best Boy. Your Hound of Ill Omen improves. You can choose to have your hound be large when summoned, and gaining the following benefits. It appears with a number of temporary hit points equal to your level. It adds your proficiency bonus to its damage rolls, and spells you cast against the target of your hound ignore resistance to the damage types dealt by your spell. As when you focus in your shadowy magic, you can overpower even the powers of undeath against that which you have summoned your hound against. Have fun! Enjoy! Here you go. Ah! Oh, Mal, click on the image so you can show the cool, goofy little image I got, because I have more of these. Presents for everyone.
It doesn't give me an option to look at image.
Ah, did I hit the wrong button?
There we
There
go.
you go.
Purdy.
Purdy. Shadow Sorcerer. Now.
Shadow Squad.
Oh god, not the Shadow Squad. No, geez. My favorite Amazon.
Ooh.
The talent, hard work, and persistence of the Amazons are known all over Thylea. The fight can be brought by any of them. But rarer are those amongst their ranks who truly make their foes feel as though they are being hunted. Mighty enemies have fallen to your skills, and those skills and techniques have evolved, growing sharper and infusing your magic into your fighting. As inferior, you gain the Huntress boon. Allowing you to fight together, your Stimfey companion now has advantage on attack rolls against a creature with your Hunter's mark upon it. You can better cut them down, as when you use your Chakram technique, you now add your Wisdom modifier to the damage roll, and this damage is magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances and immunities. As you infuse magic into your very being with each throw. You can slip their ranks. Opportunity attacks against you are made with disadvantage while under the effects of the Amazonian battle cry. And you have an invigorating counter. When a creature critically misses or critically hits you, you can, as a reaction, make a magical weapon attack against it. And if that attack hits, it deals 2d6 extra damage, and you can expend and roll up to 2 hit dice, regaining hit points equal to the number rolled plus your Constitution modifier. You can do that Wisdom modifier times per short rest, sort of like your battle cry. And very lastly, my wonderful Huntress, you gain Hunt's End. Twice per long rest, you can, as an action, make a magical attack against a creature affected by your Hunter's mark. This attack deals a number of weapon dice extra, equal to the spell level of the Hunter's mark, plus your level, plus the number of rounds it has been affected by your Hunter's mark, maxing out at 10. And if it hits or misses, your Hunter's mark ends. If the target is concentrating on a spell or similar effect, it makes any required saving throws with disadvantage, and you cannot cast Hunter's Mark again until you complete a short rest. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You need to click on image to see your fun little Huntress thing. Yeah.
Let's not have an image button.
Am I just like hitting the wrong thing? What the heck am I supposed to hit?
Whatever that thing you hit the second time, hit that.
Oh, cool. It's so cool.
As Atreus.
Where'd it go?
You have quite a few new things to look at, my friend. First, the manifestation of that strange ring. That ring of fire in a world of darkness. You get the boon, a sign of things to come. Improvise, adapt, overcome. The process of slaying a spark wielder is never the same, and each time harder than the last. The Titan's foul creations will not stop, but you will be prepared, and you will endure. and none will fall. As image.
But those 2 times, those 2 times don't count.
Yeah, we don't count those. We don't do that around here.
Yeah, you didn't get the boon. You didn't get the boon saying that none will fall.
Starting now.
Yeah, starting
Starting
now. None will fall.
Okay. If anyone dies, Atreus quits. He failed. Offing himself.
As you have the properties of a static usage. If you use a bonus action to splash an oil or apply a whetstone, you do not lose a charge and enjoy the benefits for the full 1 hour duration. And you have the boon or the bonus of Chug Chug as a component of a solo monster's phase transition. In addition to the healing surge mechanic, you can, as a free action, drink a single magical potion or apply a single oil or whetstone to one piece of equipment, armor, weapon, or ammunition. Due to the extreme haste of this application, this is considered a splash application, and the duration of the oil is reduced to 1 minute, and the number of charges it has is reduced by 1 as well. As all of the crazy and probably pretty potent and powerful as the game progresses, alchemical items that your good friend Sophia can make, you can now take full advantage of in hunting down your foes and defending the
Sophia's
innocent.
not gonna do alchemy anymore. Ooh.
Oh, rough. Ooh. Potions, healing potions. Sorry, we don't do that around here. I am now a
Oh, it as a
cleric.
crutch? You guys were relying on them too much?
I have come to terms with the fact that I am ineffective and my potions
I'm
are
the only
stupid
DM
and
that
dumb.
has this issue. Why is that? Is there a reason? I don't remember in 88 sessions of The Expanse us ever giving you. As
Neat.
that is
All right, hand it over. Give me the oils. Give me the oils, baby.
apply that thunder oil right before you go solo the boss. I believe in you.
Moit scene.
As that is one
You know what
component
moit scene I'm talking
of
about.
your own internal power, growing your own potential. Now, for a bit of the external, your spear has changed. Its appearance now redder and with almost a visage of this so-called phoenix at the end of it. Light emanating from its sides. It is a much more potent and a powerful looking weapon. As your phoenix tail has awakened. Still a war spear, very rare, still requiring attunement, as wielded in expert hands and guided by determination, duty, and let me just quickly edit this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. The Phoenix
and total
tail...
acceptance of it, 100%. Total trust in between you and the weapon.
Total trust and subservience.
And the pursuit of justice...
As you sway your life to giving yourself to it, and you will surrender your body to it when the time comes.
The Phoenix Tail burns brighter now, charged by those who would steal what is not rightfully theirs, emboldened and impassioned against the thief of your shared past. When fire takes flight, who would not respect its blaze? As the Phoenix Tail is now a +2 magic weapon, and it holds a maximum of 8 charges, replenishes 1d4 charges at the end of a long rest, and you have quite a number of properties on it now as it is expanded to a very rare item. As with Phoenix Fire, when you land a successful attack with this weapon, after taking the attack action, you can expend up to 4 charges to deal an additional 2d6 fire damage per charge to the target creature. This damage does not double from critical hits. You gain the Heart of the Flame component once per week when you would be reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright. You can use your reaction to draw upon the power of the Phoenix and are instead reduced to 1 HP and immediately expend all charges within the Phoenix Tail, gaining 2d6 plus con modifier hit points per charge expended. And I'll just show it to you now for this part. Yeah. Enjoy. You gain the Dash of Icarus. You can, as an action, expend 4 or 8 charges and move up to twice your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. You can make a single melee weapon attack with this weapon against each enemy you move within 5 feet of during this movement. And you immediately take 1d10 fire damage for every attack made during this action. As you channel that fire through yourself and into your spear. Or you can call on it to protect your allies, as you can expend an action and 1 or more charges and target a number of creatures up to the charges expended. You can see within 30 feet of you, wreathing them in the protective flames of the Phoenix. Each creature getting resistance to all damage, each creature being attacked at disadvantage, and if they were to drop to 0 hit points as a result of taking damage, they instead drop to 1 HP. Gaining bonus effects for either property if you spend all 8 charges. And of course, it's still returning, but now instead of landing on the ground, it will float in a space of your choosing within 5 feet of you. So if you happen to be, I don't know, fighting in the air or something, it doesn't plummet to the earth. It just floats until you want to grab it. And you get to ignore resistance to fire damage, as the flames themselves seem to burn brighter than basic fire.
Hey! Alright, come on, spear. That is definitely not going to try to possess me. Heart. Thanks, Jordan.
Oof. DM grumbles.
Heart.
Last, but not least for you, my special Slayer baby. Atreus, there is one more thing.
You get a second sentient weapon.
A second boon. As that conquest, that pulling of that divine light into yourself, into some place it should not be, required a great deal of persistence, endurance, and will. As Atreus, you gain the boon, the Lone Bastion. As I will not read the flavor text, because I have learned that you guys don't like hearing things that you shouldn't hear, so I won't read it, but it is written there.
You, one of the original gods. Not yet learned this, of course.
As you gain, as a component of this boon, the property Mortal Will. With each successful attack from taking the attack action, you gain an internal supernatural resource from within, known as Mortal Will, up to a maximum of 5. Your Mortal Will resets if you are stunned, unconscious, or a minute passes without you gaining any Mortal Will. And you can expend this Mortal Will for special maneuvers and abilities, the DC of which is 8 plus con plus proficiency. As you gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 special abilities that you can call on expending this Mortal Will. Shielded sides. You whirl to and fro with your shield, concentrating on closing any holes in your defenses. As a bonus action while wielding a shield, you can expend 2 Mortal Will and gain +2 to your AC and Dexterity saving throws. And attacks cannot benefit from advantage against you until the end of your next turn, allowing you to ramp up your defenses. Create Opening. You draw your enemy's attention, allowing an ally to slip away. As a bonus action, you can expend 2 Mortal Will and mark a hostile creature within 5 feet until the end of your next turn. The hostile creature can make a single attack of its choice against you with advantage as a free action. One ally of your choice within 5 feet of the marked creature can move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks from the marked creature, and no action required by them. You can Shield Vault. With a burst of athleticism, you spring forwards, crashing your massive shield into your foes. As an action, or after taking the dash action, you can expend 3 Mortal Will and make a special melee attack with a shield you're wielding. The attack deals 1d10 plus strength, or 3d10 plus strength plus con if you move more than 30 feet in a straight line before the attack. And you push the target up to 5 or 15 feet, again if you move 30 feet in a straight line, and the target is huge or smaller. They do get a strength save. Additionally, you can jump double your normal distance after expending Mortal Will on this ability. Slayer's Impact, giving an exultant battle cry, you brutalize an opponent and put the fear of impending doom in nearby foes. As a special reaction, you can expend 3 Mortal Will when you reduce a hostile creature marked by you to 0 hit points. Each hostile creature of your choice within 15 feet of the target must make a Wisdom saving throw against your Mortal Will DC, or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Creatures that fail by 10 or more grant advantage to the first attack made against them. And finally, last but not least, Aegis Assault. With a flurry of action, your shield and spear become extensions of your will. You will not fall, they will not win. As an action, you can, while wielding a shield and a weapon that deals piercing damage, expend 5 Mortal Will and force each creature within a 15 by 5 by 10 foot prism originating from you to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d8 piercing damage and 2d8 bludgeoning damage and is marked. You can repeat this effect a number of times equal to your extra attack progression, selecting the same or different orientations each time, so you can spin around or keep doing it in the same direction. Additionally, attacks from a creature marked by you automatically miss, and critical hits are treated as regular hits, unless that creature has a Divine Spark until the end of your next turn.
Got all that?
Yeah, I did actually. All right. Combat
wait,
flexibility.
I thought I was done. That was
Peter,
just
if you're
stuff.
never not here, Peter, I'm not playing a character. You can fuck off and die.
Yeah, you disappear into the void.
Behold, as I become the wizard. I am now a wizard. Look at all my spells. Witness my spell selection. It is better than your spell selection. My spell selection is greater than yours. Fools! Nice, neat. Yes, I get to go play my Pathfinder 2e fighter in 5e. Yes. Abilities.
As the last two components of it are more just passives. The shield, you can don or doff a shield as a free object interaction on your turn. Your flexibility in training with shields is unparalleled at this point. Additionally, once per long rest, when you use your warding maneuver reaction and the attack still hits the target that you're trying to protect, you can take the full damage instead of the target. You still benefit from any other resistances and immunities except for the warding maneuver provided resistance. So you don't get the benefit of that particular resistance, but if you happen to be resistant, it's fine. But you can take the full hit for somebody if the attack still hits after your warding maneuver. And the spear. The bonus damage you deal via your unwavering mark feature is increased to your full fighter level.
Man, I'm a better wizard than all of you guys. Fuck your spells. Your spells suck. What do you guys do? Vitriolic Spear? Fireball? You guys are trash. Kneel before me, puny casters. Neat. I guess that's also going to be important because now that I think about it, we're kind of losing Theomos, so...
Indeed.
Alright. It is I, the Soul Bastion. Because I'm losing my best friend. Dang. Free shield is hot. Yes. Not having to use my action. Oh yeah. Stuff.
As... oh. For this exact moment, the next day, that is all I have for you.
Yeah, fuck you, Brendan. That's what you get.
I don't need your fucking pity boost.
Excuse me, I fucking died.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pity boon.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you too, Nix.
Yeah, Nyx didn't get a boon. Nyx got her
You
boon
got to live.
earlier on the mountain.
You got resurrection, Nix.
As assuming you guys get all your stuff together and sort of get a feel for just I suppose your newfound abilities in some form or fashion, or just getting acclimated and feeling the sun on your face again. You head up the mountain. The storm not even really a concern, the warmth growing step by step. As it's 8:30. I'm assuming we're still good to keep on going for a little bit, probably like just an hour or so.
Sure.
Everyone feeling good? All right. And yeah, as you continue on up the mountain, it's about noon-ish now. Sophia, Nyx, our wonderful little navigator. It's super easy at this point. You have seen sort of the summit as you peeked around the mountain the previous night, sort of looking through as much as you could through the storm, and you just have this straight on path. But as you guys are sort of coming together to get that little bit of rest in the midday, where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? You do see something off to not super far off the beaten path. Right to your left is just this sort of large cave mouth divvied out from the rock, and snow seems to be sort of swept across the front of it. And you notice a strange blue light emanating from within.
You said from within a cave?
Yep. You're just coming to a rest for your, like, it's about noon. You're just having lunch, letting your, not stretching your legs, but just letting your legs rest a little bit after hiking for the first half of the day. And then to your left is a small cave mouth that seems to sort of dip down, and you can see like a soft blue shimmering light coming from within. All of you can see that after, I assume, Nyx points it out.
Well, when you say shimmering blue, there's a particular blue that Nyx always has her eye out for. Is it like that?
It seems like thick ice, refracting light. That sort of blue. It almost seems like kind of not cerulean, but I guess kind of like a really pure blue. Like sort of how Yule Takar was like a really sort of pure, sort of cerulean in contrast to the ocean around him when he came out of the water. It's like that sort of just like just vibrant blue, for lack of a better way of describing it. Like that that one Sonic drink that's like coconut water and Sprite and it's just blue? Like that. Just very ocean water, I think it's called. Yeah, just very blue.
Well, that doesn't look ominous. As, oh god damn it, it's not a ritual. Fuck all.
How far away is this cave?
About 15, 20 feet to your left.
Inferior, do you think Ivis could take a look in there?
I think you might be muted. Nikki!
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
No problem, no problem.
I'm distracted looking at feeds.
No problem.
Yes, Ivis can definitely take a look. And off he goes. Carefully.
So carefully. Yeah, you can see this cave, and it has like these sort of sweeping icicles coming off the roof of it. And Ivis goes in and sort of quickly descends a little bit. And you can hear these sort of metallic clicks and chirps as Ivis calls out to you that the cave seems empty. Nothing seems alive in here, but there are large, glowy crystals in here.
Large glowy crystals, but nothing that seems alive. Probably safe for us to check out.
Glowing crystals sound like they would make good materials for crafting.
Perhaps.
Alright, brief detour. Harvest some crystals, and then be on our way.
Oh,
Sounds
you hear
good to
another
me.
chirp. There's dead people in here.
Oh, there's dead people in there.
Even better for the harvesting.
Perhaps we ought to tread carefully then?
Agreed. Might not be dead, might be undead.
That or something killed them.
I guess the laws of nature do still apply in this hellscape. Yes. You might be right. Alright, tread with caution then.
All right. Moving towards this cave as a group cautiously. Ibis flies back out and comes towards you. And there is like the sort of like mountain air that sort of sweeps down the mountain. Not the blizzard anymore, but just the natural sort of passage of different pressures. And that seems to be cut off as you move into the cave. It's quiet and it's warmer a little bit than the outside. And you can see that this cave slopes very gently downwards and then curves to the right just a little bit. And at the entrance, about 10 feet in front of you, skeletons. Would look like skeletons. And large ice chunks scattered up and around this place, jutting out of the earth. You can see from each ice chunk a glowing, soft line of magic weaving between them. And every so often, about once a minute, there's a soft pulse through that line and through each of the crystals, or ice chunks. And of course, the very dead warriors, as you take a better look at them, scattered about the cave. It looks like, at a first glance, a decent amount of decay, considering their height and the temperatures around them, but they definitely seem to have decayed. And they are wrapped in frozen over heavy furs. Like very heavy, even thicker and you would assume warmer than the winter clothing that Sophia acquired for you. Thylea is not known for its blistering, long-lasting winters. This is an oddity to see for sure. The fur is integrated itself into the armor. And some of their helms have horns upon them. A distinct difference to the typical sort of brush helms or like ponytails, the various sort of visages you're very familiar with through your existence here. As I'll bring you on over. Yeah, give me a second. I probably forgot to put your little thingamajiggy. I did. Give me one moment. Yeah.
I'm going to cast... I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
All right. I'm fairly sure I know what this is, but let me just double check. Okay, yeah, I did. Casting detect magic and looking at these ice chunks, they ring of evocation magic.
Sophia,
Yes.
magic surrounding the ice. Evocation.
Destructive. Usually great releases of energy.
That would make
Looks-
sense.
Agreed, it looks like the skeletons are along the lines of magic.
Yes.
Give me a perception check, Nyx, as well. See if you just happen to notice it. Yeah, literally rolled your passive.
You said I have advantage still, though?
I said you literally rolled your passive. Would you have something that gives you advantage on perception checks at this point? I think your mountain stuff is just for survival, right?
Yeah, it's only for survival. You just mumbled a thing, and I wasn't sure if you said it. Like, I heard advantage, so I wasn't sure if you were saying I roll with advantage.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Should I also make a perception check?
Sure.
Ah.
That is Ivis. Do you have a better modifier than +3?
Oh, yeah. Oops.
You
I
took a
the
14.
wrong one. Selected.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
There we go.
Sure, take your 20. It's fine. Looking in the large, over the space, you see the various like skeletons and warriors scattered across the ground, broken weapons and splintered shields and the like. And you see this ice chunk in front of you. Wrapped up in, it looks like snow on its backside. You see almost like a frozen set of armor floating in the middle of the ice.
In the middle of the ice?
Indeed.
There's something in the ice. Steps closer, but not any closer than that. Like peering at it. Yes, there's something inside. It looks like armor, maybe.
Is the magic that's wrapped up around the ice chunks, is it kind of interfering with whether or not I can tell there's magic emanating off that? What's inside?
There doesn't seem to be any mixture of schools, no. Doesn't seem like there's another magical signature within, and as best you can tell, it doesn't seem to be suppressing anything like, the evocation is drowning out something else. It does not seem to be that case.
I would very carefully avoid these ice formations.
Agreed. However, I am curious on where it leads. Snicks like eyes along the path and sees she can cut through here. Around these rocks.
Yeah,
Two more bodies
in.
behind these rock structures.
As you slope down this path here, you see more and more bodies, some even in the snow, just a little ways ahead of you. And as you pass by these strange sort of icebergs or these crystalline structures, each one seems to have another strange sort of collection of like metal plates and armor amalgamations inside of them.
There's something strange here.
Is this a similar ice structure at the end of the line, or does it look different?
Seems like another of the same.
Hang on, I think I've got something over here. Another corpse? Is there magic going to this corpse?
The one at the very far end?
Yes.
Yeah, you see more and more of these dead warriors, and then a larger dead warrior leaned up against a rock with a large two-handed sword stuck into the earth, and from that sword, that pulse seems to run out.
The source of the magic.
Yes. It looks like perhaps all of these corpses scattered around the cave were attackers of the warrior in the corner. Or maybe his companions?
Give me an investigation check if you're taking a concerted effort at looking at them, trying to deduce things around your environment.
Investigation. It's not
Damn.
I'm really bad at investigation.
Yeah, hard to put it together. You're thinking whatever it is you're thinking.
Yeah. Well, because either they were attacking him and he released this magic as a defense, or they had already died and he released it as a defense against whatever killed them. It's my thought, at least.
The latter would make the most sense as to why he's stuck here. I'm not sure.
Well, and whatever it was very much a last ditch effort, considering he died in the effort.
Nyx is going to take a step back and grab a rock from the ground. She's going to, let's see. Improv range is like 20. Yes, that's a good distance. She's going to try to toss it over to this line of magic here.
Just scatters across the ground. Nothing seems
So
to
the
react.
magic doesn't react to it?
No, doesn't seem to react. It just connects with like one of the skeletons.
Interesting.
I'm hesitant to dispel it, simply because I don't know its purpose.
Yeah,
Why are
so
some trapped and others are not?
well, and why is the one wielding the sword dead?
As you sort of look at the one wielding the sword too, something kind of stands out to you. His flesh is intact.
Perhaps just in a coma? And, well, he looks different. Ibis does have a skill, and Vera kind of starts hesitantly, where he can essentially teleport. It might not count as crossing the lines of magic, and he could get much closer to this source.
That would be ideal.
Vera kind of sighs and looks at Ibis, and Ibis looks back, and they have a conversation that no one else understands. And Vera kind of nods. Very well then. Be careful though, will you? Ibis kind of cheeps and ruffles his feathers. Flies over here. And then uses his lightning jaunt skill.
Go ahead and click that. It should show you the range, I think, if I set it up right.
I think it's 30. Yeah. He's gonna go into this open space over here.
Okay. crackle of electricity and nothing else.
Cool. He's gonna come a little closer. A little closer. What does he see from this close up?
Yeah, you see this larger warrior rests in pallor, his flesh and hair intact, seemingly preserved from the passage of time. And it seems like just his hand has sort of fallen off the blade, perhaps, just looking at it. He just seems resting. His head sort of melted down as though he's kind of in his final resting place. There doesn't seem to be anything untowards about him. And then the blade seems like a large, almost kind of like the Dragon Lord style of weapons, like one that you saw. Goodness gracious, what's your friend's name?
Michaela?
Yes, like you saw Michaela wielding a large greatsword stuck into the ice and the earth.
Okay. I was gonna get a little closer. And kind of land here next to this dude. Hop over to the sword. The magic is seemingly coming from where it's stuck into the earth, right?
Yep.
And Fear is going to turn to Nyx and Sophia. Should I just try to mess with the sword at all? The man seems innocuous.
If you are ready to rebuild him.
I would of course prefer not to. However, he is the one member of this company who can be.
Where is it? Can you see it from here?
It's a good question, because I know Ivis can, but I don't know if I can.
I see it.
Yeah, you can see it from there.
This might cause a disturbance, but I'll see if I can move it from here without endangering Ivis.
Brace
Thanks.
yourselves, in case this causes something to move that we don't want moving.
Deimos steps up front, Sophie gets ready. Oh god. As he runs into it.
He steps
does
into
not
the
run into
magic.
the
Trying to
step,
WSD the
he
map
stepped
here.
there. He already stepped there. It's too late. He already activates the death trap.
Sophia will reach out, a little bit of gray magic, small little hand will appear next to the sword. She's gonna try to tug at it a little bit, just to wrestle it free a bit with a little mage hand.
Does seem
Probably
to be
can't pick it up.
Pretty heavy blade.
Yeah, she's just trying to knock it loose.
What did I write? Yes.
It's
I
not your
guess
case.
you could give me yeah, let's be flexible here. Give me a spellcasting ability check with disadvantage.
16.
16's not bad.
Doesn't seem to move.
Right.
Interesting.
Inquire more force. I can do it, but I need a bit of time. If you don't mind waiting for 10 minutes or so.
Barry just kind of shrugs.
You could probably call Ivis back then.
As with tentative approval, she'll start casting a ritual.
All right. Let me know if anyone's investigating or looking at anything else.
Nyx
What
is
about you, Atreus?
Nyx is investigating. She wants to try to understand more of what we can and cannot do around these magical lines.
Yeah, you still have your detect magic going. You can see this this steady sort of evocation line drawn from the sword into these distinct points, and it seems almost it doesn't seem like an active effect. It doesn't seem like something that someone is like just cast, like your spiritual guardians, the way that it has a more defined presence in the world. It almost seems reminiscent in a way of like the divine edict, like something that is just frozen in place.
Interesting.
Are we still in an area in the the edict still affects where we are on the mountain?
Hard to say. You haven't really tested it.
Hmm. You know what? I think I've pushed my luck enough for a week. Let's not. Nyx backs away from the magic.
Probably wise.
What about you, Atreus? Are you doing anything?
Nope.
Just
Hanging out.
standing guard while Sophia works on their ritual.
Mary will kind of poke around at the corpses that she can get to without disturbing the magic.
Okay, when you have a bit of time, you can look them over a bit more carefully. And give me another investigation check with advantage if that's all you're doing. If just looking at them and taking in this scene.
Taking in the scene.
17. Let's see. All right, that's enough to actually get some information. They definitely seem to be long dead and strange in a lot of ways. They seem to be humanoid for sure, but their equipment doesn't really mesh, like I said, with the cold weather clothing you all are wearing. They don't. Their gear and their garb just doesn't seem Thylean. It just doesn't fit. And taking a look at their weapons, they all seem to be quite nicely crafted. With you notice strange etchings in the wood or in the metal, symbols you don't quite recognize, but they seem prominent. They seem to be pretty common on a number of them. Perhaps a language, you're not sure. Their shields are wooden with a distinct iron rim around them and a center boss of metal in the middle. The only thing they share in common with the preferred Thylean design is a large size and circular shape. But you do notice that they have a center grip as opposed to the edge grip and straps of Thylean shields.
Interesting.
17. And yeah, taking a look at them, you finally sort of put together as Sophia's ritual sort of comes into place. The way they have fallen in battle, as best you can tell, shows every sign of having retreated to this point. Not advancing into the cave, but being pushed back. And as their numbers dwindled, you finally sort of deduce that perhaps this last burst of magic was a defiant last stand.
It does appear more that these were the companions of our warrior in the corner rather than attackers. Very what kind of move? Yeah, that's not what I wanted. What kind of move around this? Yeah, there's a wall, rocky formation here, skirting the magic carefully. We were pushed back into this cave by something. Decided they would take it down with them. And she glances at this pillar and what's inside it.
Well, if they took it down with them, where are the remnants of what was attacking them?
Give me
Pillars,
another
perhaps.
investigation check as you're taking a look at that pillar. And Sophia, what ritual are you casting? As these things will line up.
Unseen servant.
Okay.
With advantage or without?
Without. You're just sort of taking another passing glance. You're not spending 10 minutes looking at it. Yeah, you just see what I think you made it. Yeah, you got a 29 earlier. Yeah, you just sort of see what you saw before. This strange floating suit of armor. No sign of a person. Like there's no flesh or anything in there. It just seems to be like metal breastplate. Like not like greaves and like a metal skirt. It just seems like literally just armor inside of a frozen block of ice. And it matches with each of the other ones. You see another frozen set of armor and another frozen set of armor. Nothing you can deduce or see otherwise.
Remnants might be the armor in this ice. They're undead soldiers. But who knows? Is it the same kind of armor that the dead dudes are wearing?
It is not.
It's a different kind of armor. Is it the same as the dead dudes we fought?
Very good question. There's a lot of metal to it, like the dead dudes you fought, but it doesn't have that same sort of twisted look to it like those guys did. It seems more like the breastplate is more reminiscent of like a proper Thylean sort of design, the display of abs and that sort of deal. It has more in common with the undead you fought than it does with their armor. Their armor is layers of hide and well-boiled leathers with metal strips here and there as a protective garb. It seems a perfect blend of, comfort, warmth, and protection, as opposed to just raw metal strength.
Doesn't have the twisted quality of the undead that we fought, but it is more similar. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
That was it.
As your unseen servant is unseen.
So most likely, if this dead man, in his last dying breaths, use whatever magic that's in that blade to seal these creatures away, if they are released on its movement, I expect them to be not in a very cheerful mood.
Bit hostile, perhaps.
Ready.
Inferior will draw her chakrams. Ready them in case something decides to attack.
I call upon my shield.
Floaty boy, here comes the boy.
Floating over there with his grabby little hands. His little invisible, formless, grabby little hands.
All right, how much strength does an unseen servant have?
As much as a dude.
So 10?
I don't know, actually I think it's a little bit that. Strength of 2. He's a weak dude. He can do what dudes do.
If he has a strength of 2, he cannot pull out this sword.
Burp burp. It's not working either. Alright, shall we leave?
Just go.
Well, unless anybody decides they want to try to cross the magical line to see if it's going to hurt them. What other options do we have?
This is not any stronger than servants. His modifier is 0.
If we're going to fight anyways, fine. Yes. Let's see if Sarah will stay there, but Sophia will pull out the skull. Magic will pour out of it. And she'll summon undead ghosty girl over here.
Ooh, undead ghosty girl. That's an actual creature rather than unseen servant, right?
Yeah.
Like unseen servant's kind of like a magical phenomena or some shit.
You have one. No health. Also, why are you not the right one? There you go. She'll scoot over.
How strong is
Try
she?
to take
She can actually do it.
She's got a whole 12 strength.
It's mathematically possible. Rather than having... Okay, well here. Roll 1 athletics check, and then we'll just go from there. Rather than having you roll a bajillion.
Oh, my mouse. Stop it, mouse.
Let me see if I can find what it is you're pulling at here.
Athletics. Boop. Hey.
Ooh, pretty good, pretty good. All right. As this is more or less what you see stuck into the earth. Let me make sure I just do this right. Show.
Where's my mouse stuck?
Okay, did that work? Yay, it did. As this is the blade you see stuck into the earth, this large, heavy greatsword, and this undead creature grabs a hold of it. You can see that magic at this point sort of flexing against it, trying to keep this this burst of evocation in place. As
As I've played this game, I've played a lot of this game. I don't think we want that sword.
What are you talking about?
Next up, we're going to be purging cities.
That's not that sword.
Lord.
That's not that sword. That's
coming to terms the fact
it's
that you are on
basically
one.
Frostborn. Come on, we're in a cold cave. It's stuck in the ground.
Coming to terms with the fact that we are climbing the Necromancer Acropolis in the cold region of the. Wait a second.
We went up to fucking Northrend. We're in an ice cave. We found a random sword just hanging out.
Is this a WoW reference?
Yeah, I guess so.
Some dwarf guy is gonna walk in and be like, "I don't think we should pick that up." We're like, "Who the fuck are you?" We're gonna pick it up and just immediately murder him.
Oh, as this pommel is slick with ice, along with the snowy rock nearby, but I guess this thing is floating, so that's fine. As it's kind of throwing off your undead spirit's balance a bit as they're pulling against it, not really having a great point of leverage to put their weight against. As it takes itself sort of reset. Yeah, I see you fucking moving. Takes itself
fucking
sort of.
Give me some cover. Down there.
Resetting and scraping off a bit of the ice. It finds its grip again and pulls out, just taking a second and trying to find that perfect moment and wiggling it out of the stone and ice. And with a pull, there's a crack and it holds fast. And pull again, another crack around the ice and it holds fast. And one final pull, as this heavy blade comes free, and this undead spirit is holding the rhyme blade of Magnus Ulfson. But with that rhyme blade being pulled out of the stone, there is no more evocation magic being poured into these crystals. As each of the crystals around you, these icy formations, crack and begin to break open. And you can see the armor inside of them twisting and contorting, the ice itself a part of these creatures, as it brings a strange frozen crystalline blue hand forward, wielding in its hand a spear formed of ice, its body formed of this strange ice, as breaking out of these crystals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these strange looking creatures wielding ancient power. So that is where we're going to end tonight's session, as you all
Fun.
decided to wrench out the sword and initiate the optional fight. I'm so proud.
Sophia is thoroughly shocked and surprised at this development.
Oh my gosh.
Hey now,
I cannot
there were
believe
different
that
ways.
happened.
Okay. There are different ways you could have approached this besides the obvious one. It's your fault that it's exactly what you expected, because you did the normal basic shit. But no, you didn't want to try anything different. You didn't want to try to collapse the cave or something cool. No, you just decided to rinse the sword out, and here's what happens.
How would we learn what the sword does if we just collapse the cave?
Yeah, we bury the sword. Bye-bye.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Brendan was like, yeah, we should probably just not go in the death cave filled with death guys. But, you know, the DM puts something in front of you, you do the thing.
Curiosity.
Yeah, I want you to go explore. You didn't have to pull the sword out, but you pulled the sword out, so here's what
You're not
happens.
doing anything important, just go explore.
We're learning about the mountain as we go. We're learning so much history.
That is also an important thing. You are learning something interesting about the world.
My ghost girl has a giant greatsword now, and she will always
Yeah.
have it. It's hers now. She made claim to it. Now
If
she has
she
to
puts
purge a
it
city.
back, can we just like redo this spell? Can she just put it back?
Yes.
Whoop,
Let me pull my duders and put them in their spaces. Yeah, I am an ice boy.
They are big
Yeah.
ice boys.
They are big ice boys. They're big crystals. Yeah, I am an ice boy. And then behind you, 2 more ice boys. Looks like you'll have a great time to try out all your new powers and abilities next week, right here on Heroes of Thylea. That is all we've got for you, as our wonderful heroes need to spend their week leveling up and getting all their stuff written down, all that jazz. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. And Ava Sarate, thank you for the 33-person raid earlier. You're awesome. Thank you so much for following as well. And Val Dranath, thank you so much for the bits. You're awesome. Thanks so much for hanging out. And we are going to be back with more D&D this upcoming Thursday as we continue Song of Rapture at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll be back this Sunday upcoming at 5 p.m. Eastern for more Heroes of Thylea. But that's all I've got for you. Feel free to join the Discord to hang out, talk about the latest 5e books or other TTRPGs you're playing, discuss your games, talk about video games, share memes, all that tomfoolery. Or feel free to follow me on Twitter for updates, changes to the schedule, and my own vacuous thoughts. And yeah, that's it. Until next time, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Bye.
Bye. Let's go raid someone.
Get your shots.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wear your mask. Wash your hands.